Hello, I'm Van Jones. I am very, very happy to welcome you to California Climate Action Day. We're in the middle of Climate Week 2020 here, and I'm excited. We're going to be having a whole day of in-depth discussions, conversations on the key climate issues. We are also kicking off the discussion today with a conversation with my good friend. He's the 40th governor of the state of California. His name is Gavin Newsom. Welcome. Governor, first of all, it's just an honor to see you and be with you. You know, I'm not here wearing any CNN hat or any mainstream media hat. I'm wearing a dad hat, a citizen of California hat, and somebody who's admired your leadership. We are in a real pain point now when it comes to climate. And I'm just wondering, you made a big announcement this week trying to clean up the transportation sector. How do you see the situation we're in with the climate impacts for California, and what do you think this executive order is going to do about it?
Well, I mean, look, the smash mouth realities of climate change are self-evident to anybody that lives here in the state of California, you included, from historic drought that we experienced over a 5-year period to atmospheric rivers, where we're seeing massive amount of rain in a concentrated period of time, flooding as a consequence of that rain, and the burn scars related to historic wildfires. All of those things were predicted. All of those things were projected to happen somewhere in the future, but they've all taken shape in the last number of years. And so that reality has required us to completely think differently about even our audacious goals. And California has long prided itself on leading the nation in many respects in the world in terms of our low carbon green growth goals, but they're simply inadequate to the task at hand, to the reality that we're experiencing. And so the most significant thing I think we can do is accelerate on all fronts those low carbon green growth goals, and none more important than in the transportation sector.
Well, you know, I couldn't agree with you more. And, you know, for me, I'm always looking at the green economy as an opportunity for more work, more wealth, better health, looking at it as a source of jobs and justice. But you know, you have to really walk people through this. I don't think people really understand when you talk about going to clean up the auto fleet, to clean up the trucking fleet, what the steps are, why it's good. Just walk people through this executive order and what you're trying to achieve.
So we just signed an executive order that's first in the nation. And you hear that often when it comes to California, particularly in this space on climate. But I'm very proud of this. It's audacious. I'm not naive. It's controversial, profoundly so, and it's certainly impactful. But it also is incredibly, I think, enlivening in the spirit that you just framed. And that is the ability for California to really set the tone and tenor of innovation as it relates to radically reimagining our transportation sector and mobility going into the future by accelerating change that's already underway. The end of the day, we all know where the puck is going. The proverbial puck is moving towards zero emission vehicles. You've had the largest manufacturers of automobiles in the world, from Ford on down, that have already announced very audacious goals to move away increasingly from the internal combustion engine in order to advance their low carbon goals and to make their fleets more efficient. As a consequence, we're already seeing progress, but not at the pace that we need to see it. And so we want to accelerate that by putting a mandate in place by 2035 that no vehicles purchased in the state of California can be internal combustion vehicles, meaning no longer will California sell dirty vehicles. We are going to accelerate innovation, accelerate manufacturing, accelerate the creation of green jobs, accelerate our competitiveness and our ability to export, and set the tone and tenor to a brighter, cleaner future by requiring all vehicles to be zero emission vehicles. Whatever those zero emission vehicles look like, we want to set that goal firmly 15 years from today.
You know, what's remarkable about that is that, first of all, about half of the pollution, half of the emissions in California, it's not the power plants, it's just the cars and the trucks. So if you can just get the cars and the trucks to stop polluting, then you've suddenly taken out half of the emissions. And so it's a really big step that you're taking. I want to get to some of the critics, some of the downsides, but I want to make sure we first get it, we first understand. So you signed this executive order. you're saying that if you want to sell a car in this state in 15 years from now, it's got to either be a fuel cell, it's got to be electric. It just can't be spitting out a whole bunch of pollution and poison 15 years from now, seeing where we are today.
Look, we're burning up this state. Historic, record, unprecedented wildfire season as I speak. And by the way, this is changing by the minute, not just the hour and the day and the month. But as I speak to you, 3.6 million acres have burnt up this year so far in the state of California. We are choking up the air quality, the orange hues, the sunless days that we're experiencing in this state. We are heating up. We had a record August, the hottest record in history of this state, the hottest recorded record temperature in the history of this country, arguably the world, 130 degrees in the state of California a month or so ago in Death Valley. This reality, it's observed evidence. Even if you don't believe science, you gotta believe your own eyes. It requires us to completely think much more aggressively and comprehensively. And you can't be serious about climate change in the state of California unless you're serious about the transportation sector for exactly the reason you said. It's over 50%. When you look all in, the cost of transportation in terms of the greenhouse gases, it's over 50% of all the greenhouse gas emissions. So you want to play small ball, focus in other areas. You want to play big ball. You want to go bold and big. You've got to decarbonize our transmission sector. And in so doing, not only do you save taxpayers untold billions of dollars in fuel and maintenance costs, but you accelerate manufacturing, job creation, export opportunities. You create economic opportunities that would otherwise never be present, and you clean up your air, you detoxify our air and water, and you improve health and lower costs in the healthcare system at the same time. It would be absolutely imprudent not to move in this direction.
Well, yeah, I think part of what you're saying is the egalitarian aspect of it. There's also the practical aspect of it in terms of health. If you want to take the asthma inhalers out of little kids' pockets, you've got to move in the direction you're talking about. It's the bottom line. But there's also an economic piece here. A lot of the electrical vehicle production is happening in California right now anyway. So in some ways, you're kind of helping a native industry. Also, you're creating a bigger market, which makes it economically smart.
Yeah, policy accelerates innovation, and good public policy has accelerated the adaptation of electric vehicles. Close to 50% of all electric vehicles in America are now purchased in the state of California. So we're seeing the adaptation and the adoption of this technology. 34 manufacturing companies in the state of California, market cap of over $500 billion. Already 34 manufacturers in the state of California producing electric vehicles, 60 companies that are on the leading and cutting edge. It's our second biggest export already in the state of California. We're barely winding up. Imagine where we can be with this executive order codified by the California Air Resources Board. By the way, Van, a board that was established by a Republican who was sitting exactly a stone's throw away from where I'm sitting right here, not that many years ago in the late 60s, working with another Republican, Nixon, in 1970, where they advanced the California Air Resources Board and the Clean Air Act that allowed California to accelerate its policymaking and advance its low carbon goals. And so it's been a bipartisan effort because people recognize when you're cleaning up your air, you're improving health, and you're improving your economic competitiveness. We've always recognized that. Only as of late have we seen this hyper politicalization of this space that's really divided this country in ways that is so damaging both to our economy and to our public health.
Well, let's get after some of it now, because we're both cheerleaders for it. But there are critics, there are concerns. Let me start throwing some of these criticisms at you. First of all, what if 15 years from now I've got a car? Maybe I got the car I have right now. It's a combustible engine. Are you going to come take my car?
No car is being taken. You can still sell your car in the used car market. You can still go to those old, beautiful used car dealers and purchase secondary cars. And so there'll still be a market. We're not coming to take your cars. The average life of these cars is about 15 years. People will still be able to sell their cars. People will not see their registration taken away. It just requires a different market in a state that can move markets for the rest of the country in order to create more choice and to give not just the environmental movement, but to give the next generation more choice in terms of their capacity to live their lives out loud in the nation's largest state. And so, look, we really believe foundationally and firmly, this is an incredible economic opportunity for no other reason than consider this fact. Currently, as I'm speaking to you, the number of green tech jobs, green jobs in California outnumber fossil fuel jobs 5-1. This debate is over. The alternative fuel are fossil fuels. We have already turned the page, and now we have an opportunity to accelerate a cleaner, brighter, more sustainable future in a way that creates innovation and advances our entrepreneurial spirit, that doesn't take away anything that you have today, will actually accelerate the choices that you'll have available tomorrow.
Well, let me, again, you talk about the partisanship. One thing that you hear from the president is, hey, look, you guys want a Green New Deal, you want green this, you want green that. If they look out there with Gavin Newsom, he's got green everything, and they had, brownouts and blackouts. Is this, a valid criticism coming from the other side that when we do all this green stuff, sometimes it doesn't work out the right way? Or how do you see it?
Yeah, I see. We're just getting started. I mean, at the end of the day, we focused on the why. Decades ago, we started to recognize we needed to do better, and we recognized the value proposition for a planet that's heating up and ice melt, and the issues related to sea acidification, ocean acidification, and sea level rise. We then started to focus on what's the mechanism, creating a cap and trade program, putting out audacious goals. We are now just getting started on the how. We're starting to implement. And what this executive order does is exactly that. It applies some reconcilable framework where we can actually implement our ideals and manifest them. So we've been, I'll be honest with you, even in California, we've set audacious goals, but we've been playing in the margins. And so everything that we've created to date is nothing compared to what we can do and create tomorrow if we accelerate and advance the implementation, the application of these ideals.
Let me just take another pass at that question. I got one more, and then I got other more fun stuff to talk about. But when Trump tries to point to our blackouts here and our brownouts here as a reason that if he blames it on solar panels, is he right, or is it more complicated answer than that?
He's simply wrong, and it's profoundly more complicated. The experience we had over a 2-night period, and that was a 2-night period affecting about a little over 1% of the population in the state of California, was impacted because of a heat dome, an unprecedented heat dome over the entire west coast of the United States. That 130-degree temperature, record-breaking temperature in California, was part of that experience. It put so much intensity on the entire grid in the West Coast that a lot of the imports that we count on coming from out of state, in state, were suspended because of the energy utilization in those other states, both in the Pacific Northwest, as well as states like Nevada, where we rely on bringing in more energy. We produce an abundance of solar energy and wind energy, but what we need to do is advance our technologies and battery storage so that we can absorb those extremes. And so in every way, shape, or form, that was a reminder of how critical it is that we fast track the application implementation so that we have more reliable energy and we can withstand the extremes that are likely to be very much part of, not the exception, but the normalcy of the world that we're about to enter into.
It's amazing when you think about how much energy we can produce on a renewable basis, wind power, solar power, et cetera. Storage, though, is the key. And if you push hard enough on having zero emission vehicles, batteries are going to take off. In other words, you've now got a massive market. The same battery technology you're going to use to make all these vehicles work can also be used to stabilize the grid. Is that a part of the reasoning here?
And the architecture of our entire low carbon green growth strategy is electricity. And you're absolutely right. Again, when you establish goals and policy, you move markets and you accelerate innovation and change. Just today, Tesla came out with groundbreaking results of all of their engineering work on batteries, accelerating battery production, accelerating capacity and life of these batteries, driving down the cost. We're already seeing those cost curves collapse in terms, just in the last few years, the cost of wind, the cost of solar, and we're seeing the same thing now with battery storage technology. And in fact, California, just a few weeks ago, we announced the largest battery storage facility in the world, headquartered again in our state. Look again at this. This is the greatest economic opportunity. It's just sitting there waiting for enlightened leaders of all political stripes. Countries around the world get it. China gets it.
Yeah, they get it for real.
India gets it. Israel gets it. Denmark gets it. Ireland gets it. What the hell is wrong with the United States of America, save the fact we have leaders that simply don't?
Yeah. Well, listen, speaking about who gets to get it, that's my last question on this is just, what about people who say, listen, that's great, electrical cars or whatever, but, I don't see any electrical charging stations in my community. I don't know how I'm going to be able to access this. I'm African-American, I'm Latino, I'm low income, I'm in the red part of the state. Is this just for the green elite, or how do I get a chance to be a part of this?
No, in fact, we don't do anything without equity in our lens. Our entire mantra when it comes to economic development is growth and inclusion. And we have failed as a nation to address that inclusion frame. And so I would never conceive of something that wasn't primarily advantaging those that have been disadvantaged from the fossil fuel economy. They have to be included. And no one, by the way, I mean, you've quite literally been one of the world's leaders in this space, recognizing this is one of the great opportunities for Black and brown communities that we've ever had. And so the framework for us is self-evident that the cost, the price parity on alternative fuel vehicles is beginning to take shape. We're within a few years of that price parity coming into focus. In 15 years, it's going to be much more competitive. And the cost of maintenance, the cost of operating will be the biggest benefit to low-income communities. The opportunity to detoxify our air and water, the biggest benefit from an environmental justice perspective, from those that are trapped in urban environments and urban poverty, and for the elderly that are suffering disproportionately from our dirty air. In fact, California has the dirtiest air in the world. You can't even make it up. California, rather, in this country, 6 of the 10 top cities that are most polluted are in the state of California. So we have an obligation, moral, ethical obligation, as well as an economic imperative to advance these efforts to help address those justice issues at the same time we advance our economic competitiveness.
Well, I think that's really important. Part of the thing I've been trying to get people to see, since we started working on this stuff in 2004, back when you were mayor, you had the UN World Environment Day. I got a chance to work with you on that, and we've been, I think it's unbelievable the progress we've made, and yet the pain is still here. One of the things that I think is key for people to understand is, for communities that are not succeeding in the pollution-based economy economically, not succeeding in the poison-based economy when it comes to agriculture, this is a huge opportunity to begin succeeding in this green economy, because somebody's got to put up those solar panels, somebody's got to install all those EV stations. That's work. Those are contracts. That's entrepreneurial opportunity. Nobody's going to be, establishing any new coal mines anytime soon, but we've got the opportunity to establish all kinds of new businesses on this side of it. And so I applaud what you're doing.
Well, Ben, you said it better than anybody else back in 2004. I think you were the first one to say you can't outsource a home by shipping it over to China to have solar panels put on top of the damn roof. Exactly. And so again, from a domestic manufacturing, domestic production, from an export perspective, all the things that, particularly post-pandemic, where we recognize our vulnerability in terms of global supply chains, what an opportunity to bring back that competitive spirit, that manufacturing spirit back to America. And so again, in all these components, this is an incredible opportunity.
Well, let me move on to a couple other topics. Let's talk about fracking. That's an issue that you've expressed some real concern about. It's tricky though. It's complicated. How do you see this fracking issue, and what do you want to do about the fracking conversation in the country?
Yeah, it's also very emotional because we attach so much to it symbolically, not just substantively. In California, it's less than 2% of our total production. So in and of itself, it becomes more symbolic than it is substantive, though it is nonetheless substantive. And so in this same executive order, we're not just talking about demand, but we have to talk about demand. We're also talking about a phased shift in supply, a just transition where we can move away from fracking and we can begin a much more accelerated drawdown in terms of keeping more oil and fossil fuel in the ground. And so we call in the executive order over the next 3 years to phase out fracking in the state of California. I've got to get legislative support to do that. And so we're calling for that. We want to see that happen, and we want to begin that drawdown quickly. And we want to make sure we're phasing opportunities to create real economic alternatives for folks that are displaced in that transition. We really have to reconcile. If you don't address demand, even with a reduction in supply, and by the way, since the 1980s, since 1985, we have reduced oil production in California by almost 56%, but we haven't reduced demand. And what's happened is domestic oil production's dropped 55%, but we've been importing from Colombia, Ecuador, and Saudi Arabia that, trust me, don't care much about labor standards or environmental standards. And so it's actually perversely increasing our carbon footprint globally. And that's why demand has to happen as we reduce supply.
Look, I think that's an important thing. And I want to give you an opportunity to talk about this on the human side of this in a second. But I mean, I don't think people understand how much, we stop pulling oil out of the ground. Sometimes we pull it over the border because if we don't change the way that we're doing things, if we don't change how much oil we need, just because you stop it from coming out of the ground doesn't stop it from coming over the border. And so what you're doing is actually, my favorite kind of stuff, you're going after the root cause, it seems to me. If the root cause is we got cars that are thirsty for dirty oil, whether it comes out of California or whether it comes over the border, get rid of the cars in a smart way. Am I understanding this correctly? Is this, in some ways, sometimes we do stuff that's so simple that you don't really understand the knockoff effects in terms of taking asthma inhalers out of kids' pockets and stopping oil from coming out of the ground or over the border, because we don't need it here. We're doing it different.
Exactly. And that's why, look, it's why we're also fighting the Trump administration. By the way, Van, 55 environmental lawsuits in 3.5 years with the Trump administration. This is unprecedented. 55 here in the state of California. But one of them, profoundly important, something you worked on when you were in the administration, and that was President Obama, Vice President Biden adopted California's vehicle standards as it relates to miles per gallon or miles per gallon equivalent to about 47 plus miles in 2025. Trump wants to roll it back to 37 miles. And we have a coalition of states that have joined our effort, including 6 companies, some of the largest auto manufacturing companies that want to see higher standards so we can do precisely what it is that you wisely observe needs to be done. And that's reduce consumption as we reduce the production of oil and fossil fuels at the same time, so we could truly make an impact and dent, not just domestically, but globally.
The complexity of what you're dealing with in the middle of the reality. Now, this is not speculative anymore. You're dealing with the reality of the climate crisis in our face. You have places in California that may be as hot as Venus right now. So we now live on a different planet than one we were born on, frankly.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to balance and deal with all of these different interests. You want to push down on the production, but you want to do it in a way responsible for the workers. You want to create economic opportunity, but you want to do it in a way that's inclusive. This is hard, man. This is hard.
I love that you said that, because you're being honest with people. This is not sound bites, not bumper stickers. It's easy to sit there and advocate on the sideline, but there's a grit here. There's a resolve, a commitment, there's nuance, there's details, there's policy, there's politics, there's friction, there's division, there's consequences to every action that impact things that have nothing to do with that subject matter that then are impacted because of the political influence and forces. There's referendum on what you're doing, there's lawsuits on what you're doing, there's pushback electorally, there's politics within your own party, not just within the other party. There's a national and international frame. And so all of this has to be considered. And again, that's what we're hired to do. We have to be practitioners. But I don't want, and I love the fact you bring this up with a learnedness, that there is a pragmatism
Yeah.
that has to come with this. And so it's important that we all are resolved, but we also are, I think, honest with one another about the role and responsibility we all have to play, and the process that is profoundly important to reconcile as well.
I just want to thank you for being honest. In other words, most politicians will tell you, oh yes, blah, 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 and they'll give you a bunch of lip service. But you said, listen, I don't know. And I'm going to spend money to find out because I want to be able to look people in the eye and give them an honest answer. I think, look, obviously I love you. I think that you're great. But I'm telling you, as somebody who I'm on the national stage dealing with all kind of political leaders, I don't think we do a good enough job, and I appreciate you spending the time helping citizens and community members understand how we're going to get there. It's not snapping a finger. It's not you don't have legal, frankly, I was going to beat you up a little bit on the fracking thing because you don't have the legal authority to do some of this stuff, but you said, I'm going to legislature. See, that's what, listen, catch that. I don't have the legal authority to do it. I'm going to go to legislature. I don't know. I'm going to study. This is the kind of stuff that we need to hear from more of our leaders so we can all work together a little bit better. But just understand, I don't think there is a better person in the world to be in your seat right now dealing with this sort of stuff. California is the size of, is bigger than most countries. The economy is bigger than most countries. And you're trying to deal with the middle of a pandemic and inferno and all kind of Book of Revelation crap. And I just want to appreciate you for showing leadership when it counts. So.
I appreciate it. Reciprocity is in order, Van, because Lee, we literally met in this, right? We were in the midst of a recognition and reconciliation around a lack of national leadership back in the early part of 2000 as we were pulling away from Kyoto. And by the way, remember, people forget, I think it was I don't know, don't quote me, but I think it was like 96 to nothing in the Senate to reject Al Gore, your former boss, efforts in Kyoto to sign those protocols. Democrats didn't believe it was possible to grow your economy and reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. So we're all a little culpable on this. We can act holier than thou. We can act as if we're above it, but we're, I think, just starting to recognize that this is not a binary conversation. It's not an either or, it's an and. In California, look, power of emulation. Success leaves clues. And if we can take the nation's 5th largest economy, or whatever, the world's 5th largest economy, and we can prove something, not just assert something, I think we'll have a profound impact on this debate internationally, not just nationally.
Look, on behalf of the young people right now who don't have jobs, who are going to have green jobs because of this stuff, on behalf of people who would have died of lung cancer and everything else, who are going to be able to live a few years longer, on behalf of a state that could lead the world in the pain, which is what we're doing right now, but it's going to lead the world in the promise. I want to thank you. And I am proud to be a Californian. I am proud to be one of your constituents. And let's keep talking about how we can make things better together, brother.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Van. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, man. Good stuff.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us on California Climate Action Day during Climate Week. So our first panel up is charting an equitable path to carbon neutrality. I look forward to hearing more about how our state and other partners can chart a more equitable framework to implement all of these ideals and all of these discussions and provide us a real pathway forward. Hope everybody enjoys.
Good morning. I'm Tom Steyer, the founder of Next Gen America, and I am moderating a panel on charting an equitable path in California. I am joined by a fantastic panel, starting with my friend, Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia from Riverside and Imperial Counties, who has done an enormous amount of work on energy, on clean energy, on environmental justice, and on climate. He is going to be super insightful. Miya Yoshitani, who is the head of the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, who is also someone who has worked tirelessly across California in terms of environmental justice, in terms of clean energy, someone who will be also bringing a unique perspective to this. And the chairman of the California Energy Commission, David Hochschild, who's someone who has been intimately involved with what's been going on here in Sacramento, and including yesterday's announcement from the governor that we will be 100% zero emission vehicles in California starting in 2035. And I'd like to start by asking David, who I know worked very hard on this, along with the rest of the governor's administration, in terms of, David, what was the thinking behind this? And how do you see the implications for California and the country?
Well, thank you, Tom. Look, I think this builds on a big success that's happened over the last few years, which is that our electric grid has been rapidly cleaning up. About a year and a half ago, California put into place the 100% clean energy mandate, and now 14 states across the country have adopted similar mandates. We're today at 63% carbon-free electricity on the grid in California, en route to 100%. And so the next phase is really connecting more things that are run off of polluting fossil fuels onto this clean electric grid. And transportation is the #1 priority. So over half of our emissions in California come from transportation, about 40% from the vehicles themselves, and about 11% from all the refineries. And so this is a real health issue. I think what's happened in the last few weeks with the fires is you have 40 million people in California who are struggling to breathe for weeks on end, and it really elevated the importance of this. Climate is everybody's issue now. In fact, no other issue matters if we don't address the climate. I think the governor, took this opportunity and led with it. And what we're going to see happen over this next 15-year period is the transition to clean transportation that is going to be driven by policy and by innovation. In California today, we have 34 companies that are manufacturing electric vehicles. Yesterday, I attended Tesla's Battery Day. Elon Musk announced the breakthroughs that are going to allow them to cut their battery price in half. And, just watching what's going on here, the markets now recognize electric is the future. So Tesla alone is 15 times the value of Ford today. And the companies that are further along on electrification are really the ones getting the investment. So this is both an economic and an environmental and an equity strategy. And I'm really proud to be a part of the Newsom administration and all the other allies in the legislature, yourself and the environmental and NGO community to help make this happen.
Let me say, just to echo what David said, that earlier this week, there was an NPR poll that said for Democrats, climate is the #1 political issue in the United States of America. Miya, I know that you haven't had that much time to digest the governor's announcement yesterday, but I know that you've thought deeply on environmental questions, and I'd love to get your immediate reaction to what happened yesterday in terms of how you feel the implications are for California and the rest of the country.
Thanks, Tom. I am still digesting the executive order. So, some of the details I'm still looking for. And I think that's part of my reaction is I think in terms of some of the big headlines, it points us in the right direction. And in some of the kind of key pieces of this puzzle that we are trying to create for, or trying to fix for California and for the rest of the country on our transition, on our just transition to equitable climate, it offers some good pieces to that puzzle. And there's still a lot yet that needs to be revealed. One is just, how some of these mandates will actually, will have teeth. Will they have the kind of meaningful approach that actually centers the environmental justice communities who've been most impacted by the fossil fuel industry and by the choking of our neighborhoods for not just the wildfires, but the decades of air pollution. So in some ways it's hopeful, and I wish it had happened 10 or 15 years ago, where we need to be. And it's my job to actually point our leaders in a more ambitious direction. And I think that while this is really exciting to see some pieces of things that we have been asking for and demanding for decades, I think we need to go further. And I think that if this is the first step, we need to move faster. And I really appreciate, all the work that has been done by, our representatives, our agencies, our legislators, and the communities who have been hardest hit by climate change, by COVID, by all the multiple crises that we're facing today. And our communities need and expect more from us, and that's what I'm looking for. And then really quickly, not in that we don't have to wait for Climate Week for next year. Let's have more ambitious approaches to these targets, and let's make sure that the regulatory and the approach has actual mandates that are going to be enforced.
Thank you. I think that at least in part, this announcement was a reflection and a reaction to the record-breaking heat we've had and the 3.7 million acres that have burned in California and the terrible air quality we've had as a result. Eduardo, I know that you live in one of the hottest parts of this state, and I know that you've represented your constituents in terms of air quality and jobs for a long time from an environmental perspective. I'd love to get your reaction as well in terms of what does yesterday's announcement mean for the people in your district?
Absolutely. As you've mentioned, I represent the border region of California. That is one of the hottest parts of the state, or if not the country, an area that has suffered tremendously from bad air quality for many, many decades. And so the announcement made by the governor yesterday is the marker, right, that we've been hoping for to begin what is a roadmap to a just transition and ensuring that we can turn the corner and begin what will be an environmental justice effort to ensure that investments begin to make their way to communities that have been disproportionately impacted today by heat, yesterday by bad air quality, and decades of lack of investment, poor quality jobs. And now we get to see into the future what electrification and the new economy of California can do for all Californians. And I'm excited to be able to work with this administration, with my colleagues in the legislature, to develop that roadmap. It's exciting to see the opportunities that will come, not just for California as a whole, but for the region that I represent, that has a diverse portfolio of renewable energies, everything from solar, wind, storage, to baseload energy that could lead to the production of lithium batteries that ultimately could really domestically produce what we need for the electrification of electric vehicles in California.
Well, Eduardo, this is a panel on charting an equitable path. So let me just ask you a little more about what you're saying, which is, how do we ensure that this transition creates job and career options for Californians at every level, not just people in Silicon Valley, for the people in, the Riverside and Imperial counties that you represent.
We have to be intentional, as one of our colleagues used to say, who served as the Senate Pro Tem. We have to really turn the formula upside down. And what I mean by that is that our investments need to be headed in places where historically they've been at the bottom of the list. And so, we talk a lot about where, for example, our greenhouse gas reduction funds typically go at a 35% rate to disadvantaged communities. We may have to do that times two in order to address the equity issues that we have not seen over the course of many years. But it's not going to be just investments in and around the GGRF funds, and that's just an example. We may need to ensure that there are these public-private partnerships to be able to bring forward the level of investment that we need to see to have the necessary infrastructure, right? To then be able to bring the public funding for the workforce training that we're going to need to make that just transition. Just a few days ago, the report that AB 398, the extension of cap and trade, was rolled out to give us a sense of where we need to go as it relates to workforce training and development, working with our labor trades to ensure that these communities that currently foster the fossil fuel economy, and I think of the Central Valley and other parts of California that are dependent heavily on these types of jobs, that we are investing in those particular areas to make sure that we are training and developing those populations for these new jobs that we're talking about as it relates to these new goals that we're setting and that we're talking about with this executive order that was just set forward.
Can I add to this?
Go ahead, David.
Yeah. So equity is really the front door to California's climate strategy. And one thing we can do, for example, with demonstration projects. So at the Energy Commission, we fund about $150 million a year of clean energy research and development. 65% of our demonstration projects for these new microgrids and battery technologies are going into low-income and disadvantaged communities. And that's, I think, the new template. And one program, Tom, you led was Prop 39, which gave $1.75 billion to the Energy Commission, which we put out into schools in every county in the state, saving $105 million a year now on their energy bills. And these low-income schools are benefiting. The students' health is benefiting, and we're reducing emissions. And I think that's the model. When you do that, you end up building a stronger political coalition as well. Because when it's more elite urban environmental groups alone, that's not a very powerful coalition. And I think this strategy really has stitched together a mosaic that's an ascendant force in our politics, and I think it's the model for the country.
Well, I do think the idea of a justice-based climate policy is the only one that's got the moral logic behind it, and the only one that can win. And Miya, let me ask you, what tools do communities need to most effectively engage in and benefit from the opportunities afforded by this transition to carbon neutrality? What can we do to make sure that the kinds of things that Eduardo's talking about actually happen in underserved communities?
Yes, well, the communities who have been most impacted by these industries, by the lack of investment in our communities, need to be, as we've already said, in the front of the line. They also need to be in the center of designing these solutions. The lion's share of the investments that have gone into California's amazing progress on transitioning our electrical grid and transitioning to clean renewable energy. The lion's share of the benefits, even though we have mandated some important programs that are designed to, and those should be at the forefront, that are designed to benefit low-income communities, communities of color. The lion's share still of that benefit is moving outside of those neighborhoods and is going into places where we're looking at more of a trickle-down effect of the benefits of the climate economy rather than directed investments. And when I'm looking for the tools that our communities need, we really need those investments to be driven by the solutions in those communities. We need those folks to be deeply engaged. And I think what you're saying, Tom, we've always agreed about is that, you know, it is both ethically, morally right. It is strategically right for what we need to win. This transition is massive. The communities who have been most impacted are also the communities that we need who have the most political power to actually make this possible. So there's no way that we win without communities who are most impacted, not just by the impacts of climate change, but have been historically impacted by the fossil fuel industry, by the dirty extractive economy. You know, that these are the folks that need to be driving in the forefront of the solutions and the benefits. So these solutions need to be designed by our communities, not just received by them.
I agree with that completely. Let me ask you a question, David. This is going to be a huge infrastructure investment across California and across the United States. The Biden campaign is talking about $2 trillion in 4 years of infrastructure spending at the federal level. What are the basic infrastructure investments that are going to have to be made, just so people have an idea? I mean, obviously, if we're going to have zero emission vehicles, we're going to need some charging stations. What are the other big investments that you think need to be made in the next, starting with the next 4 years, but looking out?
Yeah, well, I think the important thing to understand is that the electric grid is really ascendant as a climate solution. And because it's going to 100% clean energy, there's a huge number of things that need to now be connected to it, not the least among them rail. We're now converting the Caltrains line from San Francisco to Silicon Valley is converting as we speak from diesel to electric. High-speed rail is under construction. We have 750,000 electric vehicles that have been bought in California, and we need to build out all that infrastructure, charging infrastructure. We need 1 million EV chargers. When you buy a cell phone, you don't worry about, oh, am I going to find a place to charge my phone? That, for your purposes there, it's ubiquitous. For EV charging, we need to get to that point. People need to have comfort that they can find a place to recharge their car anywhere. And that goes for buses as well. We have a big program now to roll out electric school buses, 230 electric school buses around the state. And we need charging infrastructure for those. That's expensive. But I would argue this is one of the single best investments we can make in terms of a stimulus package is in charging infrastructure, because it's infrastructure that's here. It can go in quickly. And the more things you connect to the grid, interestingly, the lower, it actually is a downward force on electric rates, because most of the system prices are fixed. 2/3 of your costs in the electric system are fixed. And so you're spreading that cost out among more kilowatt hours. In addition to EV charging, I think we'll see a big push for microgrids. So we funded about 40 microgrids around the state, many of them on Native American tribes like the Blue Lake Rancheria. And there's a lot more of that to protect critical infrastructure. And then, we've talked about rail, but I think the nexus with the clean electric grid is where a great deal of the investment is going to need to happen.
Okay. Eduardo, I wanted to ask you a question about something that I know you're intimately familiar with and helped to design, which is that the funds from the California Cap and Trade program have been disproportionately invested in projects to benefit disadvantaged communities. That a huge part of the reauthorization of Cap and Trade was to say, we need people who've been disproportionately disadvantaged to get some of that redress through our Cap and Trade dollars. And that's included projects that include a number of different areas. So what I'm interested in, where do you see those dollars going in the future? How can they best be used in your mind? And really, how do you see, where do you think that money's going? I know we had a better quarter this quarter in terms of sales, but I'd love to know where you think that whole program is going for Californians.
So one of the things that I'll mention is that, what we've seen is that that fund has been somewhat volatile, right? And I'll use that word, is that something that we can't be solely dependent on, right? Especially if we're talking about that being the funding source to support our most economically disadvantaged population. In fact, that should be the least of the funding sources that we depend on, right? In fact, that should be the funding source that we augment our other investments if we're truly talking about equitable investments to turn around circumstances in areas of California that need the support. Mindful, and I'll always raise this point, I represent a region of the state that has experienced up to 30% unemployment, right? And after this pandemic is all said and done, we may get back to that place. But it's an area that has a tremendous amount of opportunity for the clean energy sector to lead the way for economic recovery. And, this marker that the governor puts out there could truly be the game changer for that. As it relates to the cap and trade dollars, we think that we need to diversify how we make those investments, and we need to continue to look at the policies that are being used at the Strategic Growth Council to ensure that those dollars are going to communities outside of the regular communities that have been funded. For example, it has been about 4 years of attempts for communities in Riverside County or Imperial County to actually receive strategic growth dollars to build affordable housing. Why? Because we are in non-metropolitan regions where we don't have the appropriate density to be able to qualify for the emission reduction type of projects to be able to fulfill those requirements. So we've got some challenges there, right? So we want to make sure that we are continuing to look at those policies and how those dollars are being utilized in specific places throughout the state. But we may have to revisit the cap and trade system. We may have to revisit, what it is that we are dependent on for our economically disadvantaged communities as it relates to funding sources to really make these investments to turn things around. Because as we mentioned, it wasn't up until this last auction that we've seen some good numbers coming from the program.
I know. Well, Miya, let me ask you a question about this. How do we leverage what we're doing in addressing air pollution and climate change to bring in other partners, including people we share borders with, other states, other countries, into these efforts? Because this is obviously not an issue that can be solved within the borders of California or even within the borders of the United States. So how do we, both in terms of pure efficiency and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also making sure that this is a justice-based and equity-based effort, how do we bring in partners from outside California to share the kind of values that are being expressed on this panel today?
Well, first of all, I think we need to actually prove by the policies that we're implementing that we can do what we say we want to do in terms of making sure that we have a just transition to regenerative and renewable energy and clean economy. And I do think, I agree, California is not going to solve this problem by itself, for sure. But California is such a critical leader in this effort that when we make big, bold, ambitious gains in this, we really draw people, we create a gravitational pull towards to being able to leverage our solutions in a way that's effective. And we've been proving that on our way. And I think other states have learned a lot from both California's progress and the mistakes that we've made. There's things that New York State has been adopting that has been really incredibly impressive and has been modeled off of a lot of the lessons that we learned. The Pacific Northwest, in Washington State and Oregon have been really similarly being drawn into looking at addressing climate from an equity lens, partially because of the work that the communities of California have done to push that into the forefront of our approach. And we can do so much better. You know, I think one of the things that we need to address in, you know, in our climate policy and equitable climate policy is ensuring that the burden of this transition is not going to be, the economic burden of this transition is not transferred into the people who are least able to afford it. So when we're talking about the transition of these technologies, mandating a transition might be that one step, but that has to be complemented with other things that our state can do to ensure that the people who have already been hardest hit are not going to be squeezed in their wallets even further. And we're looking at, you know, how in terms of, I mean, I agree completely with David on the, you know, how the important role that utilities are playing in building the electrical, the resilient and diverse electrical grid that we need for the future that we're talking about. And we need to absolutely be thinking of how low-income ratepayers are actually going to be protected from the increase in rates, both because of the wildfires and because of the new infrastructure that needs to be built. So it's pieces like that that we really need to consider in the center of these solutions and not make them a side thought or an afterthought. And I think that's part of how we leverage the success of the state to draw in other partners.
Yes. Well, David, that does beg the question. How do the air pollution and climate goals work together specifically for disadvantaged communities around ports and rail yards and transportation corridors? I think everybody on this panel is aware of the disproportionate asthma cases in those places, the disproportionate, you know, old-fashioned air pollution centered in those places. And the question is, how does it all work together from the standpoint of the state to get change as fast as possible to relieve those communities from those really severe health burdens? I mean, I didn't ask about water, but you know, there's a obvious corollary question about the water pollution that people are undergoing from a health standpoint around the state too. How do the policies work together to relieve communities from those burdens?
Well, this is one of the reasons why it was so important that the executive order was not just limited to passenger vehicles, but includes medium and heavy duty, and that the deadline for drayage trucks, which are really a huge source of pollution for the ports, that deadline is equivalent to the passenger vehicle deadline, which is 2035. So that's really a positive development. You know, the wildfire smoke was an interesting thing for the state. It's impacted everybody's health. And I think it is really important that people recognize that severity of pollution. Some folks are living with that every day. When you're right next to a freeway or you're right next to a port with hundreds and hundreds of these trucks going by, and communities have to suffer that all the time. And so this was kind of a wake-up call for the whole state of how bad it can be and why we have to prioritize these communities. I would also say, you know, there is a great opportunity on the jobs side of this. Look, there's going to be a transformation, right? Gas stations gradually will shut down, refineries will transition, so and then a whole bunch of other new industries are going to grow up. And you know, you look just at Tesla alone, which is the largest manufacturer in the state. Their workforce is majority minority, right? And you look at BYD and Proterra and all these other electric manufacturers. I've toured these facilities. And it is really encouraging to see a workforce that looks like California. We need to do even better and push on that. But I think on the opportunity side too, to just ensure we're doing every possible thing we can to incent hiring out of disadvantaged low-income communities and have this transition to clean energy be one where people get a hand up and can be a part of that growth.
Well, I think there's no question, David, that what you're saying is true, that there is an opportunity here for really dramatic job creation in California, middle class, well-paid union jobs across this state. And having I remember the first time I talked to the pro tem in the Senate and talked to him about solar panels. And he said, I really, really want those panels to be put up by people that very much include the people in my district. But if you put them up in the houses in my district, the houses are going to fall down. So I know that there's a huge issue here about employment of good paying union jobs spread fairly throughout these communities. And Eduardo, it really does. We've obviously just undergone this, record-breaking fire season, and we're not done with it, obviously. And it's been very upsetting. Let me ask you this, in light of what David was saying, where some of the communities in this state are undergoing that kind of pressure, even when we don't have record-breaking fires.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear what the people in your district, in Riverside and Imperial counties, how they're reacting to this summer, where all of a sudden this issue about air quality and this issue about the relationship between energy, climate, and air quality is suddenly on the front of everybody's mind across the state. How are people in your district responding to it, and has it made a difference?
Well, look, every day, right, there's a child in Imperial County who's suffering from asthma and is dealing with the bad air quality consequences. I think of a colleague like Cristina Garcia, right, who talks about her district being choked by the handful of freeways that run through her district, and really need this transition to occur sooner than later as it relates to the vehicles that run through her district. For us, policies like AB 617, where the community is leading, the investment policy-driven ideas is key, right? As Miya was saying, that we formalize these concepts into policy, investment-driven projects to improve the quality of air and ultimately tie it into what will be economic opportunities, is what people are talking about. But, at the center of the discussions in our district, to your question, is when do we begin to see improvement into the public health system? And when we're talking about, bad air, underlying health conditions, I can't help but talk about this pandemic that we're dealing with, right? More people than not have gotten sick in our region because of their underlying health conditions dealing with respiratory disease problems, right? And so all going back in many cases because of the bad air quality that, people have had to deal with for many, many years here along the border region. So it's a very real problem, even prior to all of these fires occurring up and down the state of California. And when we talk about climate change, it's in that context that the people in my district, talk about it. And so for us, when the governor puts out a marker as it relates to this transition, it's really an opportunity to talk about better public health for all Californians, for our region, and economic opportunities as well.
Well, that really brings up a big question, Miya, which I'd love to hear what you think about, which is this. Obviously, there are multiple overlapping crises in the United States of America right now, and in California, for sure, because as Eduardo said, we've got a huge COVID pandemic in the country. We have a really sharp economic slowdown associated with the response to that, the necessary response to that pandemic. We're confronting, as a state and a country, systemic racism this summer and this fall, in the front of people's minds as we go towards the election. We are in a climate crisis, and it's hard to read the papers without seeing sharp attacks on our democracy. I don't think we feel it so much within the state, but certainly within our country. And so when you think about, this is a panel talking about charting an equitable path. How do you see our response on climate and energy and environmental issues, which are health issues, how do you see that connecting to COVID and to race and to our economic injustices, and our democracy itself? Is there any way to separate these issues from each other?
Well, you've just given me a softball question, because of course there is no way to separate those things. And I think one of the things that we need to do is in our state and our approach, we have to stop siloing the solutions to these issues and thinking that they have different or separate, or that we can separate the solutions to these crises. The climate crisis, the pandemic, the crisis of racialized violence, the crisis in our democracy, they are all connected and is part of a systemic problem in our country. And it's connected to the failure of both of our democracy and our economy to meet the real needs that people have. The fact that the pandemic is actually, when we're talking about disadvantaged communities who are like poor and working class communities who have been overburdened by pollution, and that these folks are the very same people who have the highest rates of COVID, the highest rates of death. That is not a coincidence, and therefore our solutions can't be coincidentally, tangentially connected. They have to be deeply connected. And so that approach needs to show up in our whole infrastructure and in our government and in our decision making. And we need to stop sort of treating housing, healthcare, transportation, energy as completely different and separate systems. They are integrated in our lives. They need to be integrated in our solutions. And again, the fact that these crises combine as a threat multiplier to inequality in our state. We can't afford that right now, as our state is going through one of the biggest, most rapid economic crises of our time. And the fact that we have this window of opportunity where we can actually usher in solutions that both address this massive inequality and the destabilization of the climate and like the historic health harm to our communities and economic harm. We cannot pass that up, and we have to let our ambition for those solutions drive what we're doing today.
Well, let me say, there have been a lot of days with bad news this year, and today was a day with good news. This announcement about 2035 and zero emission vehicles from California from Governor Newsom is really good news. And I know we're almost out of time, so I just want to go and get one quick reaction from you all on a good day. How optimistic are you that we can, in fact, deal with our climate issues, deal with them in the holistic way that Miya was describing, and really use it to lead to more equity around the state? So David, do you want to go? We're almost out of time, so it's a rapid fire question.
I think we should have an expansive sense of possibility about what 2021 can bring. I think it's going to be like Roosevelt's first year in office in the 30s. And I think we are all in on solutions. So I'm actually very hopeful.
Eduardo?
For people of color, if we put them first in California, we'll certainly meet the goals and objectives of equity and climate change in California.
Miya?
I think young people of color in our communities are leading the way, and I can't help but be anything but optimistic that we are going to get the solutions that we need.
I told you at the outset that these were three really outstanding people with deep understanding of these questions, really good values, and people who've been involved in terms of crafting solutions to hard energy, environmental, and justice questions. And I am so pleased about this panel about equity. I think it is at the heart of climate. I think that this is the exact kind of discussion that has to take place for us to live up to the goals that Governor Newsom set out in a way that's equitable and just for California. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you stuck around, and I hope you'll enjoy the second panel, from wildfires to water, investing in natural solutions to address climate resiliency and equitable solutions to climate change.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here today for this panel called From Wildfire to Water, Investing in Nature-Based Solutions to Build Climate Resilience. We've got four remarkable panelists coming from 3 different continents to discuss the importance of nature-based solutions in our international effort to tackle climate change. My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I serve as our California Natural Resources Secretary, focused on the intersection between reducing our greenhouse gas pollution, so-called climate mitigation, and protecting our people and nature from the impacts of climate change, which we all know as climate adaptation or resilience. The last several months have been quite trying in California, and as I record here today, we continue to battle over 24 major fires across the state. Wildfire, drought, flooding are all natural to California's ecology, but have all worsened as a result of global climate change. The science is clear and the facts tell the story. Global warming has increased temperatures in both the summer and the winter in California, which in the context of wildfire has exacerbated our wildfire danger. What used to burn as smaller, more localized wildfires have grown into major catastrophic wildfires that threaten nature and communities across our state. This summer, more acreage has burned than any other year in California's history, and we're still only partway through the wildfire season. We are very focused in California to continue to work with our international partners to transition to low carbon economies that reduce carbon pollution to stabilize the climate. But we also know that as we do that, we need to protect our communities and our natural places from the impacts of climate change that are already here in California. Our Governor, Gavin Newsom, put it to the rest of the country that California is America fast forward when it comes to the impacts of climate change. So we're very focused with leaders like Senator Henry Stern, who's joining us today, and the governor and other leaders on really utilizing nature-based solutions across our state to both help with our climate goals, carbon reduction goals, because of their ability to sequester or remove carbon from the atmosphere, and the work we can do within our nature to reduce the impacts of these climate change to our natural environment and our people. So I'm very excited to be hosting this discussion here today, and of course, California is very thankful to be involved in United Nations Climate Week. We will hear from, as I said, 4 panelists today, ranging from 3 continents. We'll start with Henk Ovink, who is essentially the Netherlands leader on all things water. I've had the privilege of working with Henk for several years, and he not only is a leader in the Netherlands and Europe on water, but he is a key advisor to the United Nations leadership on water. And while wildfire is obviously in the news this summer, at least in our country, we know that we have to do a lot more to actually build climate resilience on water, and that those actions can really help on the climate mitigation side. So we're pleased to be joined by Henk. We are then moving to Margot Robbins, who's the co-founder and executive director of the Cultural Fire Management Council and a member of the Yurok tribe. Margot is a leader in one of the key solutions that, frankly, tribal communities have been introducing in our forests since time immemorial, that they are reteaching to the California state government and other governments, which is prescribed fire and the use of fire to help manage the health of our environment. Then we'll move on to Karen Shippey, who is the Chief Director of Environmental Sustainability and the Departmental Technical Gender Focal Point within South Africa for the Western Cape government. Western Cape government is a key subnational leader on all things climate change, and she'll talk about the work of that government on nature-based solutions. And then we'll close with my colleague and friend, Senator Henry Stern, who is one of California's clear leaders on climate action and a really articulate voice around elevating the importance of natural and working lands, nature-based solutions into our efforts here in California. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Hank and hear your perspective as we kick off UN Climate Week today.
Thank you so much, Wade, and thank you all for being with us and organizing this important event to talk about nature. I'll start a bit with an example. I had what we do, I work around the world, and I got a WhatsApp message by my good friend and partner, Mr. Abir, who is the Chief Planning Officer of the city of Khulna last year. And he said, Hank, the mangroves saved Khulna city. And the mangroves of the northern edge of the Bangladesh Sundarbans in between the Moyo and Rupsa River protected Khulna city and so many other environments when another cyclone, and this time it was the cyclone Bulbul, hit southern Bangladesh. So nature helps us protect. In 2015, we agreed upon 17 development goals, the SDGs, we all know it. Not to cherry pick from, but as a holistic, comprehensive agenda for sustainable development. Social, economic, cultural, and environmental challenges and opportunities are all interlinked. And these interdependence determine the way we live, determine the way we can thrive, but also how to invest. The mangroves and the Sundarbans, like so many other natural environments, eco-environments, are the living proof of these interdependencies and their resilient and sustainable capacity. But they also demand that we take care of them, protect them, and make sure that they can be resilient. In places, and we are in a world where the pandemic is now hitting hard, in all those places that are already vulnerable by war, conflict, climate change, and poverty, this pandemic is the breaking point. And it's not only exposing how complex and interconnected our challenges are, it also reveals transcending solutions. In these connections are opportunities and pathways forward. Investing in water, sanitation and hygiene is the first line of defense and the first step towards a sustainable recovery. With the current pandemic, our disconnect with our environment, our ecology, is exposed disastrously. Repairing that relationship is not enough. The SDG promise, the Paris Agreement promise we put on the table in 2015 is non-negotiable. It is about all SDGs in their relationship, and it is by nature that we can learn, leapfrog, replicate, and scale our sustainability actions, addressing all of these 17 sustainable development goals at once. But for that, we need continuity, consistency, and commitment to make these sustainable actions happen. A safe place, a platform of collaboration, as well as the best understanding from real knowledge, capacity, and talent in these systems, these natural environments. And that can, of course, come from books and experts and research, but also has to come from indigenous and local cultural knowledge. Experience is as important as research. So we must continue to bring the diversity of talent together. Inclusion is not a tick the box. It has to come from the heart and the mind. And the goal is to have comprehensive understanding, increased awareness across all parts of society, rather than only bringing in the experts or scientists with a model. We must change course, face the complexity of the challenges head on, and develop comprehensive solutions that add value across all needs. It means finding ways for holistic business cases to validate these investments. This is not only about finance and economy, it's about the environment, our culture, our societies. And for that, we have to include all stakeholders from day one and collaboratively develop a more future-proof, added value type of investment that can also rally people around, again, by nature. But we lack a steady flow of sustainable investment. If we continue to replicate the past, we'll end up more vulnerable, more unequal, and more fragile than before. Our promises compete with outdated infrastructure investment. Our commitment is challenged by vested interest in past mechanisms. We need to accelerate and expand a robust pipeline of investment opportunities across the 2030 agenda. We must practice what we preach. Investing in water across the agenda is the added value enabler we so urgently need. So let's build a robust blue and green pipeline of sustainable, transformative investment opportunities now. Start to deliver on our promise. And that can only happen by nature. It is by nature that we can change course, that we can change the world and deliver on the promise we made. Together, we can do this. By nature, for sure. We must. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henk. And I want to come back to you in our discussion around how we can collectively come together and really make sure these nature-based solutions are really elevated as they should be in the broad, UN discussion leading up to the Conference of Parties next year. But let's move on to Margot and hear of your perspective, given you're a leader on these topics.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. Ayukui, Neknau Margot Robbins, Keechnak, co-founder and executive director of the Cultural Fire Management Council, as well as co-lead and advisor for the Indigenous Peoples Burn Network. The Cultural Fire Management Council, CFMC, is a community-based nonprofit organization located on the Yurok Reservation in far northern California. CFMC was formed as a means to reinstate traditional burn practices and protect our community from wildfire. We've been doing cultural burns for 7 years now with 0 escapes. We've adapted traditional fire practices to accommodate the changed landscape we now live in. We have a family-led burn program which enables families to burn around their homes and gathering places, and a firefighter training program called TREX. Cultural burn training exchanges, TREX, are conducted with qualified firefighters, fire engines, and a burn plan approved by CAL FIRE. TREX events provide hands-on experience in prescribed fire implementation and ecosystem restoration while creating fire breaks for wildfire prevention. These low-intensity controlled burns are good for the land, water, plants, animals, and the people. As Native people, we depend on fire for the continuance of our culture. Some of the plants we rely on for basket weaving materials need fire in order to reproduce. Our traditional food sources, such as deer, salmon, acorns, and berries, also benefit from fire. Fire improves animal habitat, increases forest resilience and biodiversity. The biochar left in its wake makes the soil more fertile, purifies the water, and sequesters carbon in the soil. Wildfire emits carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that contribute to global warming. The toxic smoke from these fires blankets our community for weeks on end. The one good thing about the smoke is that it reduces the temperature of the river. Before the lightning-ignited red salmon fire, we were on the verge of another massive fish kill on the Klamath River due to low flows and increased water temperatures. Salmon were starting to get gill rot until smoke from the wildfires blocked out the sun for several days, dropping the water temperatures enough for the salmon to survive. Unfortunately, what saved the salmon obliterated several communities and disintegrated the forest that would normally remove carbon dioxide from the air. The world is talking about how to reduce the likelihood of future blazes. If we do not reduce the massive amounts of brush growing in the forest, it will act as fuel for wildfire. Prescribed fire can be used to help reduce the spread and impact of wildfires. Fire set during favorable conditions clears the understory of brush and timber, leaving the trees unharmed. We start at the top of the slope and back the fire slowly down the mountain, consuming the brush and woody debris on the forest floor. Firefighters use backburning as one of their primary tactics to fight wildfire. We should be doing backburning on a landscape level before the wildfires start. Government agencies, tribes, NGOs, and private citizens need to work together to reduce the likelihood of future blazes. CAL FIRE is gearing up to implement a Burn Boss certification process for private landowners. CFMC plans to design a training program for landowners to gain the practical knowledge and experience to attain this certification. This will put fire back into the hands of the people. It would be good if California, in fact, all states, had a gross negligence standard for prescribed burn liability. Prescribed burn programs need to be fully funded and staffed. Cultural burns should be exempt from air quality regulations. And finally, we need to change the narrative about fire. There is such a thing as good fire. It is a necessary part of the ecosystem. Indigenous people have the knowledge to lead us out of this global warming crisis we're facing. It is written on our DNA. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. It's so important to have your voice and your leadership here. And this is a remarkable story in California. We have one of what we consider the world's most sophisticated firefighting forces in CAL FIRE. But we've taken off the prescribed burns off the land as a state government. And now we're learning from the Yurok and other tribal communities about how we can expand these prescribed burns. Really, to Hank's point, including these traditional practices, the traditional ecological knowledge of communities that have been stewarding our nature for millennia. So it's really exciting. And I'll note that a bill was just introduced in the United States Senate that would have national implications and vastly expand our ability to do this prescribed fire, recognizing, as Margot says, that we need to change our mentality to understand that some fire is good for our ecology and good for our people. So now we're going to shift several thousand miles to the east or to the west, to the African continent, and hear from Karen about the work happening in South Africa on these issues.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be with you from so far away. As you said, I'm Western Cape Government, which is a subnational government. We have a climate and an environment that's very similar to California in a lot of ways. We have a Mediterranean climate. We have fantastic wines. And in fact, our climate change journey started about 25 years ago. And really, because subnational government in South Africa does not have control over energy and energy policy, a lot of the mitigation options were not available to us. So our strategy itself responded very significantly to the adaptation components, and adaptation particularly with nature-based responses. So just looking at our very recent past, agriculture is one of our sectors that has really had a rough ride the last couple of years. Not only have we had extensive wildfires, but we had a 1 in 1,000 year drought between 2015 and 2019. And some of our agricultural areas are still in that same drought. We haven't actually seen a break in that drought yet. So we're seeing extensive diseases as well in our agricultural sector. And what we did with them was essentially a program called Smart Agri, where we broke our area down into 23 microclimates and engaged with each of the types of horticulture and agriculture to see how it would actually impact on them. But during the drought, this discussion expanded significantly because we also battle with alien vegetation. So we have a lot of species that have come from elsewhere in the world that seem to absolutely love our environment. And it's incredibly difficult to control them, especially in our mountainous areas where most of our water catchment comes from. So what we have been doing is employing public employment programs in the name of Working for Water. Because for us, job creation and the development of a biodiversity economy is absolutely critical. Job creation, especially after COVID now, has become even more of a focus for our government. So being able to bring the green economy into this space where we're talking about job creation as well as protection from fire has been incredibly important for us. So we cover the landscape with fire protection associations. and the first 30 minutes of aerial response to fires is covered by government, because obviously that is the most important time to control it. So over the last 2 or 3 years, we've found that we've really had an increase in fires in the urban wildland interface. And for us, it's been a devastating impact on some communities where we've lost both households as well as individuals in those devastating fires. Some of you may remember the media coverage from 2017, where one of our coastal towns, the George Neisner area, was devastated by a massive fire that raged for several days. So we have deep sympathies for California and for the processes that you're going through now, and in fact, Australia. So we are also seeing that devastating effect of a landscape that requires fire, a landscape that has included alien vegetation, which is difficult to control in water catchment areas, and that space where people are encroaching more and more on our urban, on our wildlands, and therefore the interface and the chance of there being those wildfires running into the urban settlements and destroying property as well as lives is increasing time after time. We've been trying to focus our attention on what we are calling ecological infrastructure. So we've developed an investment framework, and this is trying to now get into everyone's mind that our green infrastructure, our ecological infrastructure is as important to us as the gray infrastructure, our man-made infrastructure. We need to maintain it, we need to restore it. So for us, ecological infrastructure is a source of protection and risk reduction.
Karen, thank you so much. And it's clear that we in California have a lot to learn around what you're doing in your subnational government in South Africa. I want to now shift to our state senator, Henry Stern. Henry spent a lot of time helping develop the framework for California's climate action almost a decade ago. And now he finds himself representing a large part of Los Angeles, which a lot of us don't think is threatened by wildfire or climate impacts, but indeed, quite a lot of Henry's constituents live in that urban wildland interface. So Henry is really one of the big thought leaders in California, really trying to connect dots between continuing to take climate action, reducing pollution, but then also building resilience of our nature. So Henry, if you would share your thoughts, given California's horrific season of wildfires and where you think California and the world can go towards elevating nature-based solutions.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. And thanks for your bravery and courage to put science forward as the common foundation that we really all have to rely on here. Even in the face of those who'd rather have it be some other way. In some ways, we all wish this weren't the reality, but there's no denying when your home has burned down or your community is decimated by a flood that climate change is here. So you've been courageous, and we're going to need more of that courage going forward. I'm struck by my co-panelists here too, and the common fates that someone living in their beautiful semi-suburban, semi-natural life in George Neisner or in the Netherlands, or living among the native peoples in far northern reaches of California, all have such similar fates in terms of our exposure to nature. And sometimes it may seem completely overwhelming, or sometimes it may just seem that we've got to hard engineer our way out of it, to just cut our way through nature and sort of force a human solution. What I've learned, though, growing up in this area and living through fire and losing through fire, I lost my own home in the Woolsey fire a few years back. And, this district I represent has sort of an interesting confluence of not just climate fire risk, but of sea level rise, where we have our shores being continuously eroded over time and people wanting to resist that, but the tide being irresistible, and flood and drought as well. We sit on huge aquifers here in Los Angeles that could really be drought solutions. But over time, we've polluted those groundwater aquifers and really undercut their ability to be the long-term storage banks that we so desperately need in a drought-exposed Los Angeles. So the solutions are really sitting all around us. And, you know, here in California, the challenge is one of both of acknowledgement of how beautiful life can be and how dangerous it can be at the same time, and really fighting those personal instincts to want to live closer and closer to the risk, and one of investment. I think the scale of this risk is sometimes inconceivable. And when you look at the confluence of both sea level rise, flood, extreme heat, drought, and then wildfire, it threatens not just our economy as a whole, but, you know, really could bankrupt global systems here if we don't get ahead of it. So mitigation is going to be crucial, but that investment in resilience is really what's going to get us through it. You look at opportunities through nature, like wetlands restoration. We've got opportunities all throughout California, but in the north, I'm the chair of the water committee, and we're trying to find some way to have a sustainable solution out in the Delta. And part of that is going to be about restoring our wetlands, not just as ways to deal with flood risk, but also to sequester carbon at the same time. And this administration has really led on that issue through some voluntary agreements that are path-breaking in working directly with farmers and working directly with impacted communities and finding ways to meet in the middle. When you open up a floodplain and you allow, say, the flooding to occur into those wetlands, but you also create rice farming opportunities and at the same time waterfowl habitat, you have a real series of wins there that I think can be replicated much more broadly. Likewise, here in Southern California, you look at something like the LA River that most people don't think of as a river at all. It's a flood channel, just a concrete path driving right through the heart of Los Angeles, an urban kind of corridor. And yet that LA River itself can be a stormwater capture opportunity to restore our integrity of our ocean pollution, but also a way for us to survive our next droughts and create new habitat, really rewilding these urban areas and bringing some sense of nature and wildness to people in their lives that really don't get to access that. And lastly, I would just say with fire, you know, it's upon us right now, and my heart is breaking over and over. I don't know how many more times our hearts can break while we watch our communities burn and our firefighters put their lives on the line. We are inherently demanding essentially a subsidy for those who want to keep building deeper into these wildland urban interfaces. To enable that lifestyle requires such sacrifice from everyone else. And I think we're going to have to rethink what is fair and where we really should be developing further as we go forward. But the hardening itself and the way to preserve the communities that already exist really will rely not just on technology, but on the engineering of nature itself. Oakland and native oaks, for instance, in the chaparral, create incredibly strong buffer systems, as do the manzanita and other sort of core native species. But as my good colleague from South Africa mentioned, the alien species, or what we call non-native species, we have mustard and grasses that come in that will combust quickly, and they really do threaten these communities. And you're going to see more grassland fires coming up in Southern California, much like we did see in the bushlands, the bushfires in Australia, with such speed and intensity that you can't stop them, and they truly become deadly. Those risks we need to address through nature. If we reestablish and restore those habitats, they know how to survive fire. Nature truly can be our teacher here if we let it. So thank you for honoring me by allowing me to be on this panel. And Secretary Crowfoot, this administration has not skipped a beat from the last one. California, even to be participating this directly in a UN Climate Week like this, is reasserting its role as a global collaborator, as a leader. And I pray for the day that we can be here alongside our federal government and really put America forward once again as the climate leader it ought to be.
Well, thank you, Senator Stern. You're getting some claps for that. It's obviously, you know, there's such an important role that subnational leaders play across the world. And California is very glad to be partnering with other subnational governments who are often closer to that natural resource management, closer to sort of what's happening in communities than even federal governments are. So we're really looking forward to subnationals continuing to play an important role, obviously here at UN Climate Week, but broader. I want to ask a question about biodiversity, because while the United Nations has a convention on climate change, it also has one on biological diversity with the big conference of parties next year. And as I've been educated, you know, while we talk a lot about one planetary threat, which is climate change, we talk less about another one, which is mass extinction. And so I heard Karen, for example, reference biodiversity, and probably others on the panel could speak about this. What do you see as the link between building climate resilience, panelists, and protecting biodiversity? And then interested in Hank getting in and talking about ways to integrate, you know, make sure that the two UN processes are not completely siloed, but that our investments in nature are not only helping us combat climate change and protect against climate impacts, but also preserving that biodiversity across the planet. Open to any thoughts any panelists have.
Thank you, Wade. If I can come in first, I think for us, biodiversity is a key component of building the response. For one, claiming back our areas from alien plants is a really important step for us, because not only do they steal our water, but they also change our soils. So they actually poison our soils for a lot of our local species. So for us, it's about making sure that our pollinators are healthy, that they have the right sort of felt available to them so that they can engage with agriculture, that we do actually have resilience and resistance in our systems, that we don't have a genetic isolation of our populations, whether they be wild populations or whether they be insects. You know, we really want to make sure that there's a security that is there. And I think we've realized as we've lost a lot of it, just how much of a net that is. And for us, certainly, we don't have a lot of money as a developing country. And losing what essentially is free goods and services is crazy. So being able to restore and maintain those are really important for us.
Henry.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt Hank. I do want to pass it over, but I would just say that here in Los Angeles, it is one of the biodiversity hotspots in the world that is also a major urban metropolis. And so how to find a way to coexist. You have the 101 freeway and the 405 freeway, literally the most trafficked freeways in the entire United States. And I think by some estimations, the whole world, cutting through the habitat of the last great apex predator of Southern California, the Southern California mountain lion. And so we only have a few of those lions left, and they're really on the verge of extinction within this decade. So the challenge to an Angelino is to say, do you really want to be standing idly by while we watch the collapse of a species on our watch? We're trying to build wildlife corridors throughout Los Angeles, but make those same wildlife corridors the kind of natural fire buffers that we were talking about earlier. So if you can use native plants and you can use oaklands to become buffer systems that are also wildlife corridors, we can not just prevent a mass extinction event on our watch, not just recapture the grandeur of living with wildness in our backyards, to look out your window and say, I can actually see a lion. It's not just on the computer, it's in my life. And at the same time, prevent that fire risk from coming through. I think we've got something very special on our hands.
Well put. Hank.
No, I couldn't agree more. And I think there are many challenges. The pandemic shows our disconnect with the environment, but it also shows how hard it is to invest in the right stuff. Our immediate response, of course, is Band-Aid and focused on health. But then recovery is only on jobs. So we take a strict, very limited, single-focused financial economic position. And there is, I must say, alas, a business case for stupid infrastructure. So we continue to invest our trillions around the world in this infrastructure that makes us more vulnerable. So next to creating awareness and understanding, it's also helping to ensure that we capture the values in these investments that you see through. And that means the moment we widen the scope, which is critically important, investing in holistic interventions that help us restore our biodiversity, help us restore nature, but also help it to create an environment that is in sync with us, or help us to become more in sync with the environment. Yeah? The moment we increase that scope and look across the Sustainable Development Goals or across economic, social, cultural, and environmental issues, you also have to understand that it takes a little bit more time. Capturing those returns takes more time, but investing in infrastructure pays off on the short term, but has negative impacts on indigenous community, on the environment, on our ecosystem, and so forth. Investing holistically across the SDGs trickles down in everything we aim for and helps us capture our goals. Example is water. If you invest in water, health costs go down. But the Minister of Water or the Secretary of Water never talks to the Secretary of Health or Infrastructure. So it is this disconnect in our systems that is also a disconnect in the business cases. So shy away from stupid infrastructure, invest in nature, and capture those health and environmental and ecological benefits.
Thank you, Hank. I think, Margot, you may have a thought.
I was just going to say that monocultures have really contributed to where we're at today, and these same age forests that carry wildfire so well. When we use intentional burns to put the ecosystems back in balance, that encourages biodiversity. In the places that we have burned, we have seen species that have not been seen for a very, very long time. Pileated woodpeckers, flying squirrels. I didn't even know flying squirrels were around our area until we started burning, but they have returned. So there is definitely value to that.
Yeah. You know, I know California government, subnational governments, federal government, national governments all over the world are talking about an economic recovery from COVID. And we talk a lot about not bringing the economy back to where it was, but bringing it forward where it needs to be. And I know, Hank, you talk a lot about avoiding that stupid investment, but really investing in nature. And Karen talked about the natural infrastructure. You know, restoring the health of our forests across the world is not only smart for protection of nature and that biodiversity, reducing wildfire threats, but also it, for us anyways, in California, is the beginning of our water infrastructure. Healthy forested mountain area is a healthy watershed, which is so critical. So I think that this one point I think that we're all making is the importance of making these multi-benefit investments to not only continue to sequester carbon, protect communities, protect nature, and our natural resources. Maybe a last question as we conclude the panel. This UN Climate Week takes place a year before our next Conference of Parties, COP26, which is seen as a really important discussion on the fate of our planet and climate change. And some refer to this or aspire to this coming 12 months as a super year for climate change and biodiversity. Traditionally, those Conference of Parties have really talked about how we reduce carbon pollution, and they need to continue to do that. But increasingly, there is more interest in also talking about climate resilience, which is how we're going to continue to adapt and thrive given the impacts of climate change that are already here. Maybe closing thoughts for each of you on just the importance of integrating climate resilience into this international discussion, and any thoughts or hopes you have for the coming year dialogue among countries and parts of the world on climate change as we move forward? Hank.
Yeah, thanks again, Wade, and very topical and necessary. And again, by nature, come part of those answers. Just an exemplary project coming from Chennai, where we invest in water and nature-based solutions on the scale of the neighborhood, ensuring better health, more equity and equality, but also sequestering carbon and cutting carbon, because with that healthy water environment, there is no need to invest in desalination plants that eat up all the coal, that are all coal generated. So we invest in nature for a healthy environment. Costs go down, investment costs go down with a third, operation and maintenance costs go down with half, and carbon footprint goes down with 80%. So adaptation, resiliency, and mitigation often go hand in hand through this lens of nature-based solutions. And yes, never shy away from cutting carbon. We have to make sure that the promise of the Paris Agreement, the 1.5 degrees, stays within reach. While at the same time, we have to protect our vulnerable places, our vulnerable environment, but also our vulnerable societies, by investing in resiliency and adaptation, and with doing so, by nature, also spur mitigation actions. So we have a year, and then another 9 years in this decade of action. We have to put our promises, and we have to make sure that we deliver on the promises we made. And there are many examples from across the world that we can replicate and scale to have the impact we need.
Well put, Hank. Closing thoughts from others. Karen.
Well, I think from our side, we definitely want to use our science. We have incredibly good spatial plans, biodiversity spatial plans. We've got good climate modeling. We know what to expect. We know what resilience we need to build. And for us, it really is about recovering better, because not only is it the health of our people, the livelihoods of our people, but it's also making sure that we have food security. So for us, it's all completely integrated. We don't have a choice. And we know the scale of the problem that we're dealing with. So we increase resilience, we improve water security, and lower fire risk. It's a win-win.
Absolutely. Margot, final words.
So climate resilience, of course, needs to be addressed on many levels. Since I am here to talk about the necessity of fire in our ecosystems, I will address it from that view. Our forests have evolved with fire, not catastrophic wildfire, but intentional burns to maintain them to be park-like landscapes. We have come so far away from that we need to turn these things around. The controlled burns, if we do them on a landscape level, will create biochar on the mountainsides on a landscape level. Biochar sequesters carbon in the soil, and it also acts as a gigantic water purifier for our ground and surface water. This provides resilience for our water supply and our forests.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And Henry, the final word.
We've had, I think, $79 billion plus climate disasters over the last, I think, 5 years. Over $500 billion of losses. Climate resilience investment really needs to be radically reimagined to understand the stakes and the scale. So we have been doing some investment to this point in climate resilience, but I think we're going to have to see not just a redoubling, but a complete reimagination of scale and scope. The good news is, though, that money does get put to work. When you invest in things like forest health, the jobs intensity of that work really is hope for a future where people are going to have sustainable employment. Elevating the job of someone doing things like landscape management that we currently disparage and say, you're just clearing the brush, or someone who's doing a fire treatment, that's somehow a job that ought to be looked down upon. Do a real engineering job. The natural engineers out there who are going to do this work, the landscapers, young people truly do see a future in resilience. And if we have the courage to scale our investment in climate resilience, we're going to see a new prosperity upon us. The good news is science does know. Science does know this math is real. And when we invest in this resilience, it lifts all of us up. So to that future, Secretary Crowfoot, and to the rest of our partners here across the world, I think we can make 2020 and into 2021 a truly historic year where we turn the corner.
Well, those are elegant and appropriate final words. Thank you to all who have been watching and participating in this discussion. We look forward to partnering with you, whether you're part of a government across the world or a non-governmental organization, a community leader, an educational researcher, a scientist. It will take all of us to elevate climate resilience into this international movement on climate action. And we look forward to making progress all together. Thank you very much.
third panel focuses on financial issues and investing in market risks associated with climate change. We hope you enjoy.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much and welcome back. We are really excited to be talking about one of the most important issues, I think, when it comes to how we're going to move from goals and ambition to action on climate change globally and also here in California. And that is the issue of climate finance and incorporating climate risk into our decisions. 2020 is the year to talk about this. This has been a year of unprecedented climate impacts. Unprecedented, but not wholly unpredictable, which I think is important for this conversation. Cloud computing and improved climate science and modeling have really made it possible to better understand the physical climate risks we face across every region of the globe in a very granular and a very specific way. And at the same time, countries, cities, subnationals, states have been putting policies in place under the framework of the Paris Climate Accord that provide a clear framework for the transition to a carbon neutral economy and a new low carbon model of economic development. And as that science and that policy become clearer, an increasing number of financial institutions and regulators and companies are calling for climate risk to be incorporated more clearly and more fundamentally into how we make decisions on investments, how we make decisions on business operations and asset management. And that holds for both physical risk, which is what we're experiencing today in California, the wildfires, also floods, sea level rise, extreme heat, the risk to our assets and investments from those impacts, but it also holds for transition risks, the risk of failing to keep up with or capitalize on this transition to a new economic model. One tool that regulators in particular are starting to embrace and think much more seriously about is this issue of climate-related risk disclosure. So how do we actually ask for more transparency and more disclosure of those risks from companies and from investors across their portfolios? Europe is ahead of the US on thinking through, embracing, and requiring that kind of risk disclosure. But here in the United States, and particularly in California, given our impacts, given our strong commitment to carbon neutrality, we too are starting to think about how to lead in this space as we've led in so many others. We believe California can step in to the American leadership vacuum on climate disclosure and drive ambitious and coordinated and action in this space. So, you know, we've moved the market before here. We think we can do it again. Look at emission standards, light bulbs, distributed energy. Our Governor Newsom's commitment to integrating climate risk into our state investment and asset decisions from his executive order last year at Climate Week represent the next bold step in our leadership efforts. And we're here to talk about what this looks like globally, what different institutions are doing to think through climate risk in a holistic way, and how to start thinking about taking idea to action in this space of climate finance. So I'm thrilled to have with me some folks that we've worked with on this issue and many others, and who are real leaders in this space and on climate in general. You'll probably see a lot of all of them during Climate Week, but we're thrilled we got them all here today on the panel. I have with me Bob Litterman, who is the founding partner of Kipos Capital, but also importantly and recently the chair of the Commodity Future Trading Commission's climate-related market risk subcommittee. And they just came out with a report that he'll talk about. Hi, Bob, it's great to see you. I've got Craig Davies, who's the head of climate resilient investments for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And as I said, really moving fast and far on some of the issues we're talking about here. Good to see you, Craig. I've got Divya Mankikar, who's the investment manager for the California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS, which, by the way, holds my retirement funds. So I'm particularly interested in what she has to say. And then I've got James Manika, who's the senior partner at McKinsey & Company, and also the chairman and director at McKinsey Global Institute. Importantly, James also is a member of our governor's task force on jobs and economic recovery. And so his role in helping us think through recovery from the moment we're in now and the relationship to these issues is incredibly important. Hi, James. Great to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm going to start with a couple of questions to each of you. Bob, I'm going to start with you. You just had a report come out this past week. I can't tell you the number of people who have forwarded it to me to make sure I saw it. And that was the report on climate-related market risk that you did for the CTFC. And, you know, a couple of quotes from that really stand out. Climate change poses a major risk to the stability of the US financial system and its ability to sustain the American economy is one of your top lines. Another is that climate risk may exacerbate financial system vulnerability that has little to do with climate change, including vulnerabilities caused by a pandemic. So I think these are critical points that you're making about sort of the centrality of these issues. Talk about your work, that report, and what you really see as the kind of top line and important messages coming out of that.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Kate. First of all, the report, the fact that it actually happened is already kind of a surprising phenomena. When I was asked to be chairman, I was, you know, kind of surprised. Like, really? We're doing this? Okay. And it was sponsored by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and in particular, one of the commissioners, Russ Benham, who was appointed by President Trump along with the rest of the commissioners. And he did a terrific job, both in terms of sponsoring this report, the way it was set up. It was given a broad mandate, which is appropriate because climate risk is not anything that can be overseen by one regulator. This is a problem for all of society. And he pulled together a terrific, and I would say diverse team. Divya was a member of this subcommittee. There were 34 organizations represented, ranging from banks, insurance companies, oil companies, ag companies, data companies, investors, asset owners, NGOs, academics. It was really a wide group. And the commissioner asked us to come up with a consensus document. He basically said, I want a high-level document. He suggested we limit it to 50 pages and you know, focus on what you can all agree on. Well, we got together about a year ago, last summer, not this past summer, but a year ago. And when we sat down and started talking about what can we agree on, I was really pleasantly surprised when at the first meeting, we all agreed, going around the table, we introduced ourselves, and two of the basic points that are key to climate risk management. Number one, we have to create appropriate incentives to reduce emissions. That's the fundamental flaw in the economic system right now. And we all agreed on that. There was no discussion. And then secondly, we all agreed that disclosure of climate-related risks is important and is mandatory. And so we then went on and added some other work streams and got to work. The group, as I say, was amazingly talented. We had a lot of expertise. The entire report, which ended up to be over 3 times that 150-page target that we had 53 detailed recommendations, which you know, it was really amazing, and it was very much a consensus. We wrote a first draft. We sent it around to people and asked them for their comments, not only their own comments from the committee members, but from their organization. So we had the expertise of all of these organizations. We got back basically 1,000 comments, detailed comments from folks who had read it. And we had an amazing editorial staff, I would say, that took these comments, looked at every one, thought about it, and how to address it. We came back with a revised draft. It got thoroughly reviewed by all these organizations, and then we voted 2 weeks ago to approve this report and refer it to the CFTC, and it was published. We've had terrific response to it. As you say, that the main message is, not surprisingly, that the financial system, just like the economy, is at risk from climate change. We've highlighted a number of important aspects of that risk. First of all, you've got to think about all of the potential outcomes. In the financial markets, we have a terminology for this. We talk about extreme but plausible scenarios, and that's what we have to worry about here. We also focused on the urgency. You know, when you're managing risk, time is a scarce resource. And finally, we focused on the fact that we're not pricing risk, and that is the fundamental flaw, and it's our recommendation number one. The U.S. should put a price on carbon. And we state this is the single most important thing that can be done. Okay, because the financial market participants understand, as I do, that financial markets are incredibly efficient at allocating capital in the direction of the incentives that they're given. I spent decades on Wall Street as a financial engineer, taking advantage of, every spare basis point that we could get our hands on while hedging other risks and improving the return per unit of risk. And that's what we're not doing with respect to climate. We've got the wrong incentives. Capital is flowing in the wrong direction toward the old economy, and we need to change that. And we need to have, a lot of capital flow over the next several decades toward the new low carbon, net zero economy. We're going to have to work on building infrastructure and capital that sustains that economy, and we have to do it in a way that is fair and that does not penalize low income and other marginalized communities. So there's a lot of meat in this report. I'm very proud of it, and it's a roadmap, frankly, not just for the financial markets and their participants, but for all of U.S. society. And let me finish by emphasizing one final theme, which is that this is a global problem. We are interdependent. We can't build a wall around the U.S. and keep the pollution out. We've got to work with the rest of the world to harmonize our response. This is just another example, and COVID is another example as well, where it's very clear how interdependent we all are, how our behavior affects others, and that's another important message from this report.
Thanks so much, Bob. And so many themes came out in this report that we'll be talking about with this panel, including pricing, financial markets, the need for transparency and efficiency, and obviously the relationship with the global markets. I'm going to switch things up a little from what I promised you would do, because Divya, you worked on the report and you also just had one come out on your own, your Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Investment report for CalPERS. Would love to hear from you. How is CalPERS as a major investor, global investor looking at this space? You have very strong requirements on your returns. How are you thinking about climate risk in the context of that and of your duty to your investors?
Thank you, Kate, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. So yes, CalPERS, we currently manage about $410 billion and are the largest U.S. pension fund. But we also have a target of 7%, and we're 70% funded. And what that means is that we're extremely cautious about the risks that we're exposed to. Particularly systemic risks are really material for CalPERS. And that's why last year, building on a decade of work of looking at climate change, we really declared that climate change is actually one of the top 3 risks to the fund. And in the TCFD, or Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures report, TCFD, that we put out in June, we disclose our strategy along 3 dimensions for how we are trying to tackle climate risk to the fund. Importantly, those are engagement, advocacy, and integration, and really working on the CFTC subcommittee, which I was honored to be part of, is one of the ways on advocacy that we are using our voice as an investor to articulate how a meaningful price on carbon and how climate disclosure is important for investors and really critical in order for us to be able to allocate capital in a way that aligns both with, of course, the 7% that we're trying to hit, but also enables us to see where the climate risks are currently really hiding in our portfolio. We've also done a lot of work on integration through carbon footprinting, through creating research partnerships where we're looking at physical risk and not just the sort of what's called transition risk, which could be, market-driven or technology-driven shifts from one industry or sector to another based on a product or service being lower carbon, but really physical risk. And of course, we're acutely aware of the urgency of addressing physical risks in California right now, but we've seen this pop up over the years. And so I wanted to reiterate one of the points that Bob made of how urgent it is that all investors take a look at climate risk in their portfolio, but also that we need help from the US financial regulatory system through mandated climate risk reporting in order to really have access to the information across our portfolio. In public equity, for example, we invest in over 10,000 companies. In private equity, similarly, 7,000 companies. And so unless you have mandated climate risk reporting, not just in the US, but globally, it's difficult to really integrate that as deeply as we would want to, without full access to the information. So I think the CFTC report and the TCFD report that we put out actually really build on similar themes in terms of the need for carbon pricing, the need for climate risk reporting. But also we tried in our TCFD report to show that there is enough data currently to begin taking a look at climate risk. It may not meet all of the thresholds that we would want, but there's a lot that investors can already do to start understanding how they're exposed to not just the risks, but also the opportunities.
Perfect. That is such a good overview of the major issues. And I think we're definitely hearing themes of consistent pricing on the policy side and theme of the need for transparency disclosure. Craig, that's a great segue to you. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, you are in fact looking at disclosure very closely and thinking through specific tools that you need to use to move this forward. And I'm proud to say that you first announced your physical risk your physical risk approach at the California Summit back in the California Global Climate Summit back in 2018. So we have a longstanding history with you. Talk about what you're doing and how you're kind of turning this, using these tools that others have talked about and grappling with those at the bank.
Thanks, Kate. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you today. So as you said, at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we are obviously operating in the European context on the other side of the Atlantic. And there's a lot going on in the European region on climate-related financial disclosure. We are an intergovernmental bank, and we have a particular mandate on helping the markets where we operate make the transition towards being better functioning, more sustainable, equitable markets. And we see the climate transition as being an inseparable part of that transition towards sustainable market behavior. And that's one of the reasons why we're so active in this field, even though we're not a regulated bank ourselves. So we're not held to the same supervisory requirements as commercial banks. But nonetheless, we fundamentally want to do this because we see it as being very much part of our mission towards helping markets to become sustainable. We think it's really important for us to walk the talk. So as well as advising others on how to carry out climate risk assessment and disclosure, we think it's really important that we do it ourselves. And that's why we became the first multilateral development bank to become a TCFD supporter in 2018. And since then, we've been working on our own internal systems for how we can follow TCFD recommendations, and specifically to develop an internal climate risk management function within EBRD that looks at both the carbon transition risk and the physical climate risk. Now, that's work in progress. We are expecting to launch that system next year. And incidentally, quite soon, we're going to be launching our very first standalone TCFD report that's going to be disclosing externally EBRD's internal progress on implementing TCFD recommendations. I mentioned that there's a lot going on in the European region. I mean, just to give a bit of detail about that, some of the European national financial supervisors have been very active on the field of climate-related financial disclosure. I'm sure you all know that it was the then Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, back in 2015, with his landmark speech, The Tragedy of the Horizon, who really, in a sense, made mainstream the debate around how financial markets really need to start internalizing climate risk. And since then, the Bank of England has been very active in pioneering work on integrating climate risk into financial supervision. So here in the UK, the Prudential Regulation Authority in spring 2019 issued its supervisory expectations on climate risk that apply to every financial institution in the UK. There's been similar work in France, led by the Banque de France, and in the Netherlands by the Dutch central bank DNB, and more recently at the European Union level, the European Central Bank has currently out for consultation at the moment its climate risk guide, which is due to be finalized by the end of the year, which is a big step towards mainstreaming climate risk into the European Eurozone financial supervision system. So these are all big steps forward that the European financial regulators are taking. There is also an outfit called the Network for Greening the Financial System. This is a coalition of more than 60 central banks and financial regulators from all around the world. There's a strong European representation, but it's very important to point out that this is a global coalition. And we have also financial supervisors from emerging markets, including, for example, the People's Bank of China and many others from pretty much every continent of the world. There is some USA participation and engagement in these fora, which is really important. And I'm certainly, I think we all hope to see more of that as time goes by. And for example, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has this year launched a task force on climate risk, which is co-chaired by Kevin Styro from the New York Federal Reserve. So it's really important to see that the US is part of these discussions, even though a lot of the debate is taking place in Europe. Just a final word on what we're doing at EBRD. As a multilateral development bank, we've been working on climate for 15 years. So there is a wealth of experience that we and the other multilateral banks like the World Bank and the others have on climate. So we're trying to see how we can help to feed in some of that experience to the work that the financial supervisors are doing. EBRD is a very enthusiastic observer of the NGFS, and we're involved in a number of their technical work streams, and we've been supporting the development, for example, of things such as the NGFS Climate Risk Handbook. But one last point I want to make, that I think it's also really important that we, as a transition bank, support our clients in understanding this evolving supervisory context. That means our clients, both in terms of financial firms and also non-financial firms in the real economy. And I think we always have to remember that link through to the real economy, because ultimately where these climate risks become material is in the real economy. The firms that are out there, producing goods and services, maintaining and building infrastructure assets. And the financial system always has to link through to those real economy firms. So what we're trying to do as well in our investment operations is to support our real economy clients in understanding how the expectations are changing in relation to climate risk, and how they need to be generating the information about the real climate risks in their operations that then can be taken up by the financial system and meet the expectations of the financial regulators. So, the regulation needs to take place, the supervision needs to take place in the context of how the real economy is going to be affected by climate change impacts.
Thank you so much, Craig. And I will say that you don't need to convince Californians that climate risk affects the real economy. I often say, one of the things that's driven our administration is the first week of the Newsom first term was the week that PG&E declared bankruptcy, and the ratings agencies soon followed with downgrades to all of our utilities. So we are very much living the impacts of climate risk on the real economy here. James, I'm going to turn to you, and partially for a global perspective, because I know so much of your work with the McKinsey Global Institute really is looking across systems. But also McKinsey has been, a leader on the clean tech side for a long time. I think we all know the McKinsey cost curve. I think we've all internalized that. You've done a lot of work on sort of thinking through the opportunity side. What got McKinsey focused on fairly recently on physical risk, on these physical impacts and the impact on your clients in the financial system, and particularly, why last year at this time you stepped up to join the Coalition for Climate Resilient Investors? What was that thinking process for McKinsey, and how do you think about these issues?
Yeah, thank you, Kate. Yes, we have been involved in climate research and climate work for quite a while, as you pointed out. Back in 2006 and 7, we did the carbon cost abatement curves, and I think they found their way into the Stern report, which came out in 2007. And so we've been working on these issues for quite some time. I think we as we continue to do this work, we found that in fact these issues of risks, especially physical risk, involving firms and companies in the real economy were becoming more and more real. And in fact, they were starting to affect, as climate events became more frequent and also more intense, these issues were finding themselves in, quite evident in the increasing the exposure of many of our clients. So we actually spent some time thinking hard about the effects of climate on physical risk. So as you pointed out, we were working over the last 2 years, for example, doing research on climate physical risks especially, but also thinking about the socioeconomic impacts. In fact, we published a report at the end of last year. I think Larry Fink ended up featuring it in his annual letter to investors. And part of that was also driven by the fact that we were starting to look at both the systemic impacts. So we, for example, we spent a fair amount of time doing research in about 9 regions across the world. And what we were trying to understand in those case studies in that research was how these kind of physical risks manifested themselves in the real economy. So we looked at, for example, value chains and supply chains and the impacts on those. We looked at things like sectors like agriculture, like the exposure that residential and commercial real estate, how exposed it was to these physical risks. We even looked at things like health and labor productivity. One of the things that is under discussed in our view is the impacts on health and workability and labor productivity, because there are some regions where we may be getting close to physical thresholds for how long human beings can actually work in the open and those kinds of considerations. We looked at the relative concentration of exposure to these risks in sectors like agriculture. So we've been thinking a lot about these questions as a research question. And as we continue to work on this research, we found that many of our clients were very interested in understanding these issues in terms of the systemic exposure that they're exposed to, but at the system level, but also at the subsystem level. The subsystem issues are particularly important because they tend to operate at the level of sectors and regions and firms, and each of these have their own participants in those ecosystems. And those participants are not just the financial actors, the banks and the insurers, but also actual real companies, small and medium-sized businesses, farmers and households. So we were trying to understand these issues. So we found ourselves and ended up helping a lot of our clients. And let me describe the kinds of things that we're doing with many of our clients, most of them in the real economy, although some of them are financial institutions. So with financial institutions, that is banks and investors and insurers, we're helping them understand how their levels of exposure, and also even helping some of them do stress tests. So we've actually worked with some banks, including kind of national banks, central banks, some of the work we've done with the Bank of England, for example, Marconi and others, just understanding and helping them do their stress tests around just what is the level of exposure. We spend even more time working with firms in actual sectors, looking at, again, their particular exposure given their supply chains. And retail and manufacturing are particularly important because if you think about retail, think about some of the largest retailers you can imagine. Their supply chains span the globe. Some of the biggest manufacturers in automotive and other sectors, they span the globe. And also, we've also been working with firms that I would characterize as kind of firms with very large labor-intensive and very diverse footprints. These are companies that employ a lot of people. And so therefore, they have to think about the impacts of their people, particularly if they're in agriculture or, as I said, in retail. The other thing we're also helping firms do, Kate, is to think about how they can decarbonize their operations going forward. And we've spent a lot of time thinking.
and there are 59 companies that have formally supported the TCFD disclosures. Many of those have already become, started reporting in line with the TCFD. So I think sometimes the conversation about disclosure can be a little bit nebulous, and Climate Action 100 Plus helps us to demonstrate progress on these specific elements of disclosure that are really important for investors to know that A, we're mitigating our exposure or trending towards mitigating our exposure through the target setting of the companies, but also that over the long term, as we're a long-term investor, they're putting in place oversight at the board level so that this strategy, survives different board iterations and different, market cycles.
Thanks, Divya. And James, you wanted to weigh in on this disclosure point, and then I want to turn to you on a last question as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to comment to point out that one of the things that makes this very complicated, particularly when you look across countries and across sectors, is the fact that there are often very different standards and very different systems of disclosures. And so for many companies who are, or even investors for that matter, who are multinational in different sectors across different countries, there's going to be a need to harmonize and standardize just how we think about what is being disclosed and what that information looks like. The other thing that's also important is there's always this tricky balance between what I think of as private disclosures versus public and competitive information, particularly for firms who are in the real economy, where they may have a different asset exposure and profile versus another firm. So there's these kind of competitive questions to think about as well. So more work is required, I think, to make this all work the way we would like it to work.
And I think I'm hearing from all of you really, and a clear role for government. I mean, there's a need for standardization. There's a need for direction, because as you say, James, and I think we've all seen this, especially small firms cannot deal with multiple layers of disclosure of multiple types. It's very challenging. How do you rationalize, right, and sort of look at this across the real economy and globally? I want to spend our last couple of minutes, James, coming back to something you talked about and starting with you, and we may have to end up ending with you given limited time, sadly, but you made this point about unequal impacts of climate, both I think on the kind of physical climate risk side, but also of course, emissions, pollution, air quality, water quality. I'm also interested in your thoughts on how do we avoid the potential negative consequence of sort of, in this perfect system we're describing where everyone discloses everything, isn't there a risk that parts of the world and parts of the United States and frankly parts of California no longer get a significant amount of investment because they're just seen as a bad bet? How do we, from a risk perspective, how do we avoid that? How do we start thinking through that ahead of time so we don't get run over by it? James?
Yeah, and I think this is a very important question because of these regressive effects we just talked about. I think part of that is to make sure we think through, we have a through line in thinking about the systemic impacts of this. So it's not just that people live close to places where we're close to physical thresholds, but it's also the fact that often their livelihoods are touched by activities on assets that often gets disrupted by climate change. So think about agricultural workers or people working very close, or even in sectors like tourism, and also the effects that might also even have on asset prices for residential and commercial real estate. If in fact, those values get affected by fires, as we're seeing, or other things. So I think part of how we avoid that is to make sure that we think through how our actuarial systems and insurance systems work, who underwrites the value of those assets, how do we make sure that in fact we don't then discourage businesses from investing in physical assets in particular places, but also how do we make sure that also doesn't end up impacting tax revenues for states and so forth. So I think part of that is making sure that there's clarity as to how those risks get managed and whether in fact and who might get left holding the bag. I think this is particularly difficult for states because many of the systems that should do that operate at the federal and national level, but at the state level, the tools available for states to manage this. So I think this comes back to the importance for policy clarity, the importance for almost national level, policy direction and systems to make sure these subnational issues don't get out of hand.
Perfect. James, I think that point you just made about kind of the role of states and subnationals within a larger global context, especially with the interactions among these systems, is a really important one. I'm interested, Craig, in your thoughts, because you're working within a system as well, which has a governance structure of the EU over a number of national governments with extremely diverse issues and approaches. What do you think the role is of sort of nations and states within this larger global system when it comes to disclosure and risk?
I think there are a number of really important crossovers there, and I think I've got three things in my mind. The first one is policy, and I think we talked earlier about scenarios and how one of the big drivers in scenario uncertainty is policy uncertainty. So there's a really important role for the public sector, including at subnational levels, to provide the clear policy signals. So, for example, carbon pricing. Giving that certainty on policy certainty on carbon pricing is really important for enabling firms to be able to develop meaningful scenarios that guide their future performance. Even in other ways, in California, for example, you have world-leading legislation on groundwater use, which we've looked at very closely because it's a great world-leading example. Now, having that policy framework in place for groundwater use is really important for firms who are exposed to climate-related risk through their use of groundwater. So policy is really important. Another is analytics. There's a really important role for the public sector, including subnational, going right down to municipalities and county level on, for example, flood risk mapping. Providing the analytic data that companies and financial markets need to make well-informed decisions about climate risk. And I think the last thing to say is, in our experience, is that capital markets can also be local. In many countries, you have devolved financial supervisors. You also have, for example, things like stock exchanges, which may be very local, but they can still play a very important role in directing capital towards, climate smart investments. Climate smart indices or ESG indices in stock exchanges can have a really important impact on the flow of capital, but they're devolved. They're not necessarily part of the big overarching national or federal structure. So there are a number of ways in which subnational entities can have really important roles.
Thank you so much, and I wish we had more time on this question and many others. But what I'm really hearing a common theme from across of you all of the role of policy certainty, and the role of government. And I will say, as the fifth largest economy, a nation state, as our governor likes to say, in and of ourselves, California really does think of ourselves as a leader in this space. We do have certainty of a policy in a number of areas of climate change, and we're looking very, very hard at this question of climate finance and risk disclosure. So thank you all for being our thought partners on that, leaders in your own fields, and for participating today. Really appreciate all of you, and we will all continue talking as we go forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Kate.
So it seems appropriate for 2020. Our next panel focuses on this twindemic of sorts, COVID and climate change. We hope you stick around and hope you enjoy it.
Hi, welcome back to California's Climate Week extravaganza. This is the last, so thank you for bearing with us. We really appreciate you sticking with us. We left the best for last, absolutely. No question about it. We have an absolutely incredible panel with us today. Folks from all around the state doing incredible things. We have Lisa Jackson, who is the Vice President at Apple. We have Angela Glover-Blackwell, who's done everything you could imagine, but with PolicyLink and beyond. We got Mayor Tubbs, the Mayor of Stockton, California. We got Secretary Karen Ross of Food and Agriculture, and we've got Josh Friday, who was a mayor in a town in California and now came to the state to run Cal Volunteers. So we're gonna have exciting conversation. Really just to tee it up, if you think about all of us around the world, we've been struggling to get on top of COVID. Many people thought by this time we would be out the other side. You know, here in California, we haven't even got to that dreaded second wave because we're still contending with the first wave. And our priority was health and safety, making sure that we're helping our communities, helping kids do things like distance learning. You know, it really has transformed our state. But as we get more involved in this pandemic, we realize a number of things. One, Harvard and Berkeley and others showed us this correlation between poor air quality and susceptibility to COVID. And unfortunately, of the 10 worst air quality cities in the nation, 6 are here in California. We suffer from really poor air quality for a whole set of reasons. And at the same time, we've had to confront the racial inequities that underpin many of the institutions in our country and in our state. And I think that coming together of looking at the pandemic, looking at racial justice, and then the next part that kind of came together was air quality and climate change. And so the folks we have here today really are leading in this space in a way that I'm really proud and have spent a lot of time learning from each of them in different ways. And we're gonna start with Lisa Jackson. Lisa's incredible person in her life story. I got the privilege of working for Lisa when she was the administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency under President Obama. And she was really just a force of change, someone that could move the agenda and do it with incredible empathy and smart. So Lisa, this question is about kind of what you're doing on racial equity at Apple. There was an announcement of $100 million to launch a racial equity and justice initiative, which you lead. So maybe tell us a little bit about how that came to be and kind of what your goals are and how you're thinking you can make a difference in this space, especially given the large reach that Apple has.
Thanks, Jared. And it's an honor to be with this panel today. And mindful that it's Climate Week, let me just start by saying, as we talk about racial equity and justice, we're talking about climate justice. As we talk about climate change, we're really talking about racial equity and justice, because as you so aptly pointed out, air quality and the same pollutants that travel with CO2 have been affecting communities of color and poor communities really throughout our industrialized past as a country. So in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and obviously so many other travesties, Apple CEO Tim Cook in June announced our Racial Equity and Justice Initiative. And we're really focused on 3 areas. The first is on education, because Apple has a long history in education. The first Mac computers were really designed to be bicycles for the mind, as Steve Jobs put it, to be in classrooms, to really push us forward. And we know that one of the systems of inequity in our country is education. Your zip code too often impacts opportunity really from almost pre-K age. And we know there's thousands of dollars per year spent less in Black and brown districts per student than in predominantly white districts. And those add up to billions of dollars a year in unfunded school needs. So we're looking at education. We're also working on criminal justice reform. That's mainly through partners. That is not something Apple has a long history of working in, but we are mindful that our products have had a part in this moment. You know, these horrible videos, which unfortunately seem to be the thing that finally caught people's attention, made possible by technology, by iPhone and the kind of cameras and video technology we now all have in our pocket. And then last but not least, economic empowerment. Apple spends a lot of money in this country and around the world. We have a broad and vast supply chain, but we haven't done enough to incorporate businesses that are owned by Black people, businesses that are owned by Latinx people, businesses that are owned by folks who just want the opportunity to get a chance at economic empowerment of their own. So that's our Racial Equity and Justice Initiative. I'm proud to lead it. And I'm really proud because we also have a pretty big environmental initiative, which I know we'll talk about later. And so the last thing we did was an impact accelerator to try to marry economic empowerment and small businesses with communities who are working and need to work on environmental issues. So we're actually working to incubate and accelerate businesses that are owned by Black and brown people so that they can have a part in the clean energy economy, the promise of the clean energy economy.
So Lisa and everyone, so the governor created this economic recovery task force. You and Tim Cook have been extraordinarily focused on helping us think through kind of the role that business can have and support in terms of, you were talking about the supply chain, but also environmental community, civic society. Like, how are you as a company thinking about that intersectionality between the work you're talking about with equity, but the broader work that you've been doing for years on climate?
Yeah, I think the first way is that we are not allowing this moment and the challenges of this moment to stop us from announcing continued progress and ambition on climate change and on the environment. So in July of this year, we announced our 2030 objective to be 100% carbon neutral across all of our products and our entire supply chain. We already run Apple on 100% renewable energy, all of our data centers and stores, and of course our corporate offices. But now it's time to transition our supply chain to clean energy. And it's time to transition the energy that our customers use to power our devices. So every time you plug in that power, we want to transition that to clean energy as well. We feel if we can transition all of our carbon footprint, that ripple will impact society as well. We do believe clean energy is a really important thing to commit to, not just carbon neutrality. So about 75% of our work will be transitioning to clean energy because we have to remove dirty sources from communities. We have to get them out, not trade the pollution anywhere else, but instead be active about the transition we want to see.
And Lisa, just within that corporate culture, I mean, is that a hard thing to get done? Like, this isn't the big focus of Apple, but you've made it a big focus of Apple. Like, how is it to be able to push internally for these big changes?
Yeah, you know, I said when I joined Apple that you don't hire Lisa Jackson, the former administrator of the EPA, if you're not looking for actual change. And that, you know, I have to give a tip of the hat to CEO Tim Cook, because he asked me to come, told me that it was really important that we not only be in this space and continue the work. Apple had been working in the clean energy space, but that we frame it in a way where we could really lead not just our sector, but our industry. We manufacture. And one of the things I love about that is it allows us to work in the manufacturing supply chain around the world, which is going to be the hardest part of the energy transition to accomplish. There's other parts, I know we'll hear from Karen and others, but yeah, so I do have support from the top, that matters. We have taken on the challenge of making this transition one that's good for the company in terms of business. You know, the not so So the very clean secret, I was gonna say dirty secret, but the very clean secret seems to be that clean energy is actually cheaper. If we can move all the obstacles out of the way, the cost of clean energy right now is cheaper than the cost of dirty fossil fuel powered energy. And so if we can continue to invest in clean energy projects around the world and do it at a profit, if we can continue to invest in carbon removal through nature and do it in a fund that's intended to actually yield a profit, we've done what business can do best, which is turn what many people think of as an expense into an investment and potentially an asset.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. Really, really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Thanks. Can't
Alan,
wait to hear from everybody else.
Yeah. So Mayor Tubbs, you get to be the mayor of the great town of Stockton, which is a port town. I think you're probably the youngest mayor of Stockton in its history. And you've also shaken things up. One of the things that I love about what you're doing is the experimentation. And one of those kind of boldest experiments is universal basic income. This idea of really helping people transform their lives by creating a basic income. Just tell us about kind of how that's working and what it means for those people who are listening who've never heard of the universal basic income.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me, and to all the other panelists. My name is Michael Tubbs. I'm the mayor of Stockton, California, which has the distinction of being actually the most diverse city in this country. So when we're talking about kind of climate change and climate resilience, to Lisa's point, we're really talking about issues of equity and racial equity, and Stockton's really ground zero. Of one of the 6 communities you mentioned, Jared, in your opening, one is in Stockton. One is literally the neighborhood I grew up in the area I represent on city council. So these issues aren't just things I studied in college, but things I lived, and seeing the high rates of asthma and other comorbidities, and also the way COVID-19 has impacted these very same communities that are impacted by everything negative in our society, whether it's climate change, whether it's police violence, whether it's mass incarceration, whether it's inferior schooling, whether it's poverty, et cetera. And it's not by accident. It's literally by design, which is why I think having a conversation with government actors about this is so important, because this is a policy issue. It's going to take policies to rectify it. In terms of the guaranteed income work, since 2019 in Stockton, we've piloted with 125 families that look like the community, meaning some people are working and some people are not. Some people make more than the city median, some people make less, but they're all giving $500 a month. With the idea being that we understand that economic insecurity and poverty is actually incredibly costly. It actually makes communities less resilient. It's actually bad for times of pandemics. And we've been doing that for the past 18 months, and we found that people spend money in the way that you and I spend money. And I think, particularly in this moment, the conversation around the income floor is so important because it's a conversation this country's been having since the late 1700s. Thomas Paine was talking about this in the Agrarian Revolution. I learned about this studying Dr. King, who talked about this in the 60s, in 1967, actually, at the time of racial unrest in this country, where there were protests and demonstrations against the violence of poverty and the violence of racism. Dr. King said, we need a guaranteed income in this country. And I think 50 years later, it's even all the more apparent. And what's been interesting, Jared, is that during COVID-19, it became very apparent that an income floor is also a tool of building economic resilience for our communities. We know, particularly in California, that we live in a time of pandemics. It's not if, but when. And if it's not COVID-19, in some communities this year, we had wildfires, earthquakes, floods, et cetera. And these events happen they happen so regularly that I think it's time to think about a basic income as also a tool of pandemic response and building resilience of communities, so that folks are able to buy the supplies, so folks are able to shelter in place, so folks are able to make the modifications for their homes, so folks are able to pay for food, because we realize that the vast majority of people in our country that can work do work. And the issues that work hasn't kept up with inflation, work doesn't pay. And again, we can afford to at least give everyone a foundation upon which to build upon.
So Mayor, in that context, and I mean, we could spend the whole panel talking about kind of this experiment because it's just so fascinating how it impacts people's lives. How are you seeing it in the context of climate resiliency and kind of just the ability of communities across Stockton to start planning and being prepared for a new climate reality?
it just has to be part of the response. I think it's been so illuminating for me because I viewed it strictly in economic terms. But now the way COVID-19 has forced all of us to be intersectional in how we think and analyze and diagnose problems and solutions, it just seems very apparent to me that economic resilience has to be part of a pandemic response. Because when you think of sort of things people need to do to prepare for a climate emergency, all those things cost money. When you think of the things people need to do after a climate emergency happens, all those things cost money. Like there's in terms of buying the supplies for family, in terms of having to travel, in terms of having to go without work for many months, in terms of making the modifications to houses. All those things cost money. And we also understand, as Lisa said, that the communities most impacted by climate change are the same communities most impacted by the violence of poverty. And that's no accident. And those things intersect. So the solution has to have cash as part of it, as a way, again, to allow folks the dignity of being able to persist during really chaotic and pandemic times.
So, Mayor, you received the town of Stockton competed across the state for these transformative climate community grants, and Stockton Rising won. Tell us about kind of how that planning exercise across Stockton is kind of galvanizing people and getting people to understand the role that planning and housing and transportation design all fit into how we can combat climate change.
Well, it was a big learning opportunity for me, for sure. But it was also amazing to see kind of community wisdom and sort of city bureaucrat wisdom intersect. I remember my community members coming to me talking about trees. And given just all the other issues in the community, I'm not going to lie, the trees were not top of my list. But then they kept saying, Mayor Tubbs, no, we need more trees. And they couldn't really articulate with the science why, but they just know they wanted more trees. And then it turns out during this TCC planning process that the part of Stockton I grew up in, South Stockton, the planning grant recipient, is 3 degrees hotter than the part of Stockton I live in now near the university, which is only 10 minutes away. And the cause is the lack of trees, right? And so that was a big insight. And then also when we talk about the asthma rates, it's also AB 617 community because it has one of the highest lowest air quality rates in the country and one of the highest asthma rates in the state and nation. And how that's also because of government decisions about who deserves trees and where should we plant trees and who deserves the dignity of shade on a summer day. I think for the community perspective, it was great for them to learn about why boring things like the general plan matter. Why we need to show up for Council of Government meetings. Why when we're talking about climate change or people talk about sustainability, it's not about taking away burgers. And it's not about making things more expensive for you. It's about saving your life and saving you money in the long run, and how there's also economic opportunity in this transition to a greener economy. So we were really able, and I give my staff a lot of credit, to really center in sort of the economic benefits of being sustainable, the economic benefits of being great stewards. And then I think for the city part, it was great for my staff to sit and listen and understand how planning decisions, land use decisions, redlining decisions, environmental toxins decisions have actually impacted folks' lives. Like there's folks alive today with preventable diseases, with ailments and illnesses because of where they happen to live, because of planning decisions that were made 20 years ago. And I think it made us all feel the weight of our responsibilities, and it has hopefully made us more conscientious about thinking with equity in mind, and also knowing that because certain communities have had harms done against them through government action, it's incumbent on us to do the opposite with government action and to rectify those harms, but deliberately with intent and being very vocal about how this happened. That South Stockton's not a bad place, but South Stockton's a place that has had bad decisions in terms of land use and planning made. And that's why we see the things we see today.
Thank you so much, Mayor Tubbs. And that was a perfect feel and experience across this country. The original, before the Clinton executive order in '94 on environmental justice, there was a map that looked at hazardous waste facilities and communities of color. And unfortunately, that pattern is that, all the worst things happen to be near communities that are most vulnerable. So how do we, two questions, kind of, how do we make sure that vulnerable communities' voices are heard as we rebuild and refashion after COVID-19? And then secondly, kind of, what are the opportunities for disadvantaged communities to really benefit from all the things that we've heard so far, the green economy, the promise of a green economy in the future?
Well, thank you, Jared. And it's just such an honor to be on this panel with Lisa and Karen and Josh and Michael and with you. This is the conversation that we ought to be having right now. And Lisa really teed it up when she talked about the fact that nothing's new here. People who have been trying to build a fully inclusive, respectful society in which all could reach their full potential have been painfully aware that if disaster hit, we're going to get what we have gotten right now. And when you just went through very quickly the fact that some communities have just been neglected, and that neglect can be addressed, and let's use this opportunity to do so, I don't think that we will use this opportunity properly if we don't educate ourselves, because it didn't just happen. People just didn't go out and say, let's live in communities that are not safe, that are unhealthy. Let's live in places where we're isolated from opportunity and jobs, where the education system really is going to fail our children. Those were not choices. People were pushed into those decisions because we live in a society in which their lives were not valued and have never been valued. And a system has been based on not valuing those lives. So that we live in a society in which where you live is a proxy for opportunity. And it's not just the thing that Lisa pointed out in terms of schools. It's true in terms of access to work. It's true in terms of whether or not you can fully participate in the democracy. And it influences not only how well you live, but how long you live. And part of that is the environmental assault that people are experiencing every day in their communities. And so understanding that and placing it in a historical context is important as we think about how to go forward. Because if we don't get the history, we won't get the solution right, because we're really up against not just 10 years or 40 years or even just 100 years of neglect. It predates the founding of the nation, and people just have to come to grips with that. The opportunity exists because people are coming to grips with it. I just am thrilled to hear Lisa talk about what's happening in a company, in one of our major companies, a corporation that understands it and is really making an attempt to put the environment not just as part of what they do, but first in the context of what they do. We have to do the same thing with equity. We have to make sure that we are putting people first, and that we're putting them first is going to be good for the people who have been left behind, but it will be good for all of us. So when you ask about how do we take advantage of this opportunity, first, let's ground ourselves in the history and own the ugly parts of it. We can't just own the good parts of it. We have to own the ugly parts of it so that we can do better going forward. And know that we have to improve communities. Our development pattern as a nation, particularly as we began to develop the suburbs and we put our infrastructure investments there, we put businesses there, we put our investment in homes there, and the political clout followed all of that and allowed it to continue, has really placed low-income people of color who live in communities that have been throwaway communities for decades now, in places that were not designed to withstand what we're up against now. They were not built. The infrastructure was not built to withstand the effects of climate change. The homes were not built to be able to withstand what's going on here. So we're going to have to really place a priority on the very communities that have been left behind. That means improve communities. But we also have to improve people's lives, because we can't just do this work as a charity approach. We have to be able to enable and build on the power that people have to be able to have more control over their lives. And that means to have incomes that they can depend on. That means to have jobs that will allow them to go forward. We improve communities, we improve people's lives, and we create an economy that is really one that serves everyone, an economy that that understands that its role is to make all able to participate. So if we take advantage of what's being laid bare, I've just heard that term so many times, and we can't say it enough. Something has been laid bare. If we take advantage of this full view of who we are, where we are, and use every bit of that knowledge to be able to come back better, to be able to really move forward in a way that values everybody, we will be surprised at the benefits to the economy, to the democracy, to the environment, and to all.
Amen. I mean, wow. Yeah. I always say whenever I hear Angela, I'm like, you should be running for president. So I love that, Angela. So in some ways, I mean, what you're saying, Angela, really resonates, I think, with all of us. You know, the issue of slowing down in order to speed up, like we're so anxious to realize that we have this climate crisis. We need to do everything we can, but at the same time, if we're leaving people behind, if we're not having an honest conversation about our past, we can't really go forward. Because if we're just recreating, and this was one of the points made by Manuel Pastor in the task force, if we're recreating as opposed to refashioning, like we don't want to recreate society after COVID. We need to redesign it to be different. And what are some of the key things that you're thinking about in terms of this relationship between climate change and the opportunity that communities could have?
Well, one of the things that we really need is strong government support. Government has to be a full partner. Government has to be a leader. Strong government support is going to be essential. We are going to need dedicated funding. We're going to need dedicated funding. It's not just funding's out there and let's snatch a little bit for the future that we want. We need dedicated funding that is really only available and completely aligned with all the things that we have to do. We need diverse and strong coalitions. I think that the environmental movement has suffered for a long time because it never understood the power in being in full partnership with people of color, with people who had an equity agenda, a justice agenda. And as it began to become diverse and really authentically so, it made it stronger. And that is what we're going to have to have. We're going to have diverse coalitions that are really strong and smart and funded so that the organizational infrastructure is there. And we need economic diversification. All of those things are going to be essential. I'm just going to say a word about dedicated funding, because this is part of the opportunity we have. We ought to really have recovery bonds, COVID recovery bonds, and they should be tax exempt when they get at what it is we need in transportation, in terms of water, in terms of solid waste management. That could be huge in terms of that dedicated funding. And we ought to be thinking about taxes. We cannot become the nation or the state that we want to be if we keep shying away from the revenue discussion. We have to talk about revenue. We're not a poor nation. We're not a poor state. We need to stop acting as if we are. We need to be able to think about split role. We need to treat commercial property different from the way that we treat home. And we need to make sure that we are educating the public about how there's going to be tremendous benefit going forward. And absolutely, we need to diversify the economy. I mean, we are just we see the suffering that comes from that all over the state, all over the nation. I think the agenda is pretty clear. It's not an easy agenda. It goes against a lot of things that people hold pretty tight, but it is the agenda. And if we can educate people to understand the broad benefits, that is what is wrong with our narrative. People are so focused on me. And if it's not going to satisfy me and mine and my little community right away, we don't want to talk about it. We got to think long term. We have to understand the long-term benefits, and we have to understand that the equity agenda is the agenda that's going to really benefit all.
Thank you, Angela. That was incredibly powerful and insightful. One of the things that you framed out around vulnerability really, I think, is a great segue to Karen Ross, who's the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture, which is our farm workers and farm processors. We, to that point, Angela, about disconnecting and isolating ourselves, most of us don't think about where our food comes from. Karen thinks about where our food comes from every day. And farm workers are not only vulnerable to all the things we've described, especially COVID, but in this state, in this time, also feeling great insecurity about their status, immigration status in the country. And so, Karen, tell us a little bit about what you've been doing to support farm workers, and particularly how we're, as a state, thinking about housing those farm workers during this COVID time.
Yeah. So thank you, and thank you everyone. And it's not fair to follow such eloquent speakers. As I said in the beginning, Angela inspires me every time she starts to talk. It's a pleasure to serve with her on the Economic Recovery Task Force. First, I want to say, if you want to talk about something laid bare, it is our food system in this time, because it was so abruptly disrupted, where over 50% of our food dollars are spent outside of the home in food service. And all of a sudden, COVID and the quarantines shut that down almost completely. So that the families who are doing the farming lost billions of dollars and had to lay off people. And so it also caused us to pay attention to where does our food come from and who is working to make that happen. They were essential workers. They were on the front line. They were going to work every day so that we could stock the grocery shelves. And we basically did that. Where the disruptions really happened was we've offshored a lot of the manufacturing, or we've made it just in time. And so talk about the need for resiliency. Our food system needs it, because all of this happened when we saw a 73% increase in the need for food from food banks by people who have never, ever had to go to a food bank before, except maybe as a volunteer. So this has really brought to the focus the importance of our food and where it comes from and how it's being produced and what's happening in our rural communities. I would say in particular, the workforce that is most vulnerable has always been vulnerable because they're working outside. It's strenuous work. It's oftentimes not highly educated, but it is terrifically skilled work. And not everybody wants to do that. And not everybody will want to raise their children to do that. So we are looking at how do we improve the setting in which our workers are going to work. How are they getting there in transportation? We need to do more about thinking about how we get people safely to where the work is. We need to think about the protections that can happen there. And those kinds of things are being done and started to be done back in March. And we have to think about personal protective equipment and the training that goes with it, and how we communicate to this population that has a multitude of languages in culturally appropriate ways for them to understand COVID, how it impacts them, how they can protect themselves, and what they have the right to expect from their employer, whether it's paid sick leave, the opportunity for testing, which has been a real struggle, and we're finally getting around that curve. And what happens if I'm tested? How do I safely protect myself if I don't live in circumstances where I can isolate? And we know that many of our farm workers they live in multi-generational homes, crowded settings, or our H-2A temporary workers that come mostly from Mexico live in dormitory-style houses. So we've established the governor's leadership, a Housing for the Harvest program, where we provide hotel rooms with wraparound services, 3 meals a day, health and wellness checks, and other services that they or their family will need during this time, including delivery of groceries or assistance with DSS or other kinds of services. Very important. But again, they have to feel that it's safe and they can trust it. If there's one thing we come out of this, it is immigration reform has to happen. These people work hard, they pay taxes, they contribute to their communities, their children are going to our schools. They need to have legal status. However we do it, that should be a very important takeaway for this particular part of our economy. We also have worked collectively across agencies to distribute N95 respirators, over 13 million pieces of protective equipment, gloves, sanitizers, trying to do everything that we possibly can. But of course, COVID was compounded by working outside, heat waves, power shutoffs, which shut down some of the manufacturing and food processing, and the smoke from wildfires. This population, especially in the Central Valley, already has a high degree of diabetes, obesity, and respiratory illnesses because of the air quality. So Angela and everyone who's spoken is exactly right. If we don't seize this moment and build trust between the employer and worker community to really improve the economy and the diversity of our economy going forward, shame on us. We cannot afford to just keep like, well, we got through that. Now it's back to status quo. There should not be a status quo when it comes to this particular population.
So building on that, Karen, farmers are the first kind of line of defense, and feeling it very kind of proximately, the impacts of climate change, whether it's drought, lack of water, new pests. Like how are you thinking about how to support farmers? And then secondly, kind of how are farmers going to help support us in our goal to reduce carbon?
Yeah, especially we are so blessed in California because we're the #1 ag state because of the diversity and the bounty of what we grow. We grow what isn't grown in other states and sometimes in few other countries. So our specialty crops in particular have been affected by changes in temperatures, night times that aren't as cool as they used to be, less chill hours, which changes the entire marketing season or the varieties that you're growing. So fortunately, I've had the opportunity really building on the work of the Obama administration. Thank you, Lisa, and your partnership with Tom Vilsack at the time on climate smart agriculture and some systems and research that was in place for us to establish our own climate smart agricultural programs. And the wisdom of the state in using this market mechanism in the beginning for a cap and trade system that's freed up dollars to be reinvested in transitioning to a low carbon or carbon neutral economy. The state of California, through our Climate Change Investment Fund, has spent almost $1 billion for things like healthy soils programs, on-farm water use efficiency, which also saves energy, alternative manure management and the generation of renewable energy on our farms, replacement of older engines and fossil fuel engines, food processing, energy efficiency, and preserving farmland as another potential to sequester carbon. That's just the suite of the programs that we're doing. I can go into lots of details, but I think the most important message here is that it is voluntary, it's incentives. We've invested in technical assistance and demonstration projects to prove the business case. And we want to help drive that across the supply chain. So I love what Apple is setting out to do. It's the hardest part. But at the end of the day, if farmers don't believe that they can help lead this change and be the solution, it will be a challenge to bring all the farming community with us on this pathway. But it's an exciting opportunity to be in ag and think about the food we produce and all of these environmental benefits that come from how we steward our land.
And, you know, as the UN talked about, like the choices that we make, Karen, about what we eat, where it comes from, like those are everyday things that kind of connect us back to farmers. Often we don't think about the people that are making that food or picking food or processing it. So thank you for kind of reminding us and being grateful, you know, the gratitude to the people who are doing an incredibly difficult job. There's a reason that my kids don't do it. When you go out and show them that work, it's incredibly hard, incredibly difficult work. So appreciate everything that you're doing.
I left the farm, you know, to be a pencil pusher. There's a reason for that. It's because I did a lot of farm work when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's hard work. Finally, we have Josh Friday. Josh runs Cal Volunteers. Thank you so much for joining us today, Josh. And you two were a mayor. What town were you a mayor of in California?
The great city of Novato.
Novato, there we go.
Yeah, yes.
Tell us, Josh, about kind of, you know, when we think about climate change, and we've heard from everyone today, it's really affecting each and every Californian profoundly and in many different ways right now. You know, we still have fires burning around us, and we still are grappling with the poor air quality impacts. How are you thinking about mobilizing everyday Californians to both volunteer all the way thinking about career paths in this space?
Well, thank you, Jared, for the question, and also just really an honor to be on this panel. Whereas I look around, I see people who have spent their entire careers and continue to be focused on how do we empower people, whether it's economic empowerment, consumer empowerment, or as Angela said, putting people first. And when the governor asked me to come and take this position and appointed me the Chief Service Officer for the state of California, he asked us to think about how do we unite and empower communities by really taking advantage of what is our greatest asset, which is our 40 million people, to solve and tackle our biggest problems. And so when we think about this moment, Jared, as you said, where where everyone's recognizing that we're affected by this, whether it's through the heat or the fires or air quality. We're all affected by this. People too often are asking the question, what can I do? And we are in this exciting moment, I think, where people want to act. And so I am so excited that today, as part of Climate Action Day, the governor is announcing that California is going to be creating the nation's first statewide climate action corps. And this is really an exciting opportunity for us to call on all Californians to take action and to serve and do it in a way that, as Angela said, helps people build themselves up. So we're going to be creating climate action fellows and putting hundreds of climate action fellows around the state and in incredible communities like Stockton with the help of Mayor Tubbs, where we're going to say, if you're willing to serve for a year or a summer, we're going to give you a living stipend and we're going to help you pay for college. We're also going to create a statewide hub with partners of opportunities for people to volunteer throughout the state and take actual climate action. And we're going to be doing everything from not just calling on people, but actually telling people how they could take action from home, how you can make an impact just from your couch or from your backyard. And so really what we're trying to do is create a new infrastructure for action, for mobilization, so that we can, for the first time, I think, really mobilize people at scale. And the reality, though, is to make this possible, we're going to need everybody's help. We're going to need Apple's help. We're going to need the city of Stockton's help. We're going to need everyone, businesses and universities and really civic society to come together and say, this is a moment, not just that we recognize that we're all affected by this issue, but that we can actually do something about it. And this issue is big. We all know how big this issue is, how global it is. But the truth is we are not powerless. We are not powerless in this moment. So we are asking everyone that can to go to climateactioncorps.ca.gov to join us, but not just join us to take action by being a climate action fellow or by taking action at home, but join us by helping us build this. Help us create something special, something that we can scale, and something that we can do across the country after this. It's an exciting day. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Josh. So some of the folks that are going to be listening are from around the world. So this is obviously, we're starting this in California, but how do you think about getting volunteers involved if you're listening in Uzbekistan or South Africa or France? Like, how do people mobilize in their communities, and like, what are those ingredients to a successful volunteer program or pathways to jobs, whether it's labor apprenticeships or interning for Lisa at Apple?
Yes. Most importantly, try to get an internship with Lisa at Apple. That's the best thing you could do. Here's the reality, Jared. It starts with leaders calling on people to take action. So we've seen research that shows that there's an expectations gap where 50% of Americans, for instance, want to do something on climate, but they don't know that they're expected to do something or what to do. So it's about creating the opportunities for people to take action. We're providing opportunities on our website, climateactioncorps.ca.gov, for people to be able to take action from Korea, Uzbekistan, or New York, or Stockton. And so it's creating those opportunities. And then it's also, as Angela said before, it's investing in the infrastructure. Our office is investing in creating, and the governor's investing in creating climate action fellows, where we're going to be paying people and helping them go to college if they're willing to serve. And it's that investment, it's that commitment from government to say, this is something that we're going to invest in and make real, in partnerships with the kinds of corporations that I told you we need help from, and universities and other organizations. It's building that ecosystem and that infrastructure that is going to allow us to really mobilize people at scale.
Because one of the things that we're finding is there are a lot of people right now who are looking for opportunity to serve in different ways that, you know, just to use my example, my kids are both in college, but they're not going to college because they didn't want to do distance learning. And so my daughter's applying to do an AmeriCorps program in Oakland. And that's exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about, Josh, is like tapping into that enthusiasm and talent and helping it move forward. But how are we thinking about the next stage, which is kind of jobs in this space?
Yeah, it's really important. And this is where we need help from Angela, and we need help from Lisa and other organizations and companies around the state, where our hope is that we're tying this to professional development, so that if you're willing to take action and serve, that's going to lead to an internship, and then that's going to lead to a job or an interview. And it's critical that we do that. It's critical. We're working closely with our labor department here in the state of California. We need to work closely with organized labor here in California as well, to make sure that there is a clear path to a career and professional development for those who are willing to lift up their communities.
Cool. Well, a huge thank you to Lisa Jackson, Mayor Tubbs, Angela, Karen, Josh. This has been an incredible, really thoughtful and thought-provoking session. What it also shows is these conversations aren't easy, aren't linear. Like, there isn't one path to get where we need to go. There's many different intersections that we need to bring together in order to get the equity, the justice, and the climate future that is actually habitable for all of us. So huge thank you to all of you, to the state of California for pushing all these, and to everyone in California for listening. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Jared.
Thanks.
Well, thanks everybody for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed our panels and our discussion, but more important than anything else, I hope you're resolved to manifest the ideals that we discussed here today and take concrete actions that are necessary to meet this moment of climate change head on.